to families across our nation and to call on Congress to take action, to pass legislation that simply allows Medicare to directly negotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. And if there's any question why, I'll explain. More than 60 million Americans are enrolled in Medicare. That would give Medicare significant bargaining power to negotiate prices for all those Americans. So instead of forcing individual patients to negotiate by themselves, to require them to pay whatever price the drug companies set, they would have that kind of representation to stand there with their fellow Americans and negotiate those prices so that they would just simply be fair. So today we also call on Congress to make permanent the ACA subsidies that are included in the American Rescue Plan. Subsidies that are currently lowering insurance premiums for millions of Americans and which are set to expire in December. And more must be done. Currently, there are 12 states in our nation that refuse to expand Medicaid for no reason other than petty partisan obstruction. As a result, 4 million people in our country are locked out of coverage. And that comes at a cost. For example, women who do not have health care coverage and are therefore less likely to have access during pregnancy or before or after to pelvic exams or vaccinations, prenatal checkups, postpartum, depression screenings, and all the other essential care they need to be safe and healthy before, during, and after birth. We know that expanding Medicaid coverage significantly reduces the number of mothers who die as a result of pregnancy. So the sooner coverage is expanded in those 12 states, the more lives we will save. Protecting the health and well-being of the people of our nation should not be a partisan issue. Every person in our nation should be able to access and afford the health care they need to thrive, not as a privilege, but as a right. And that is why our administration will continue to use every tool at our disposal to strengthen the ACA. And with that, it is now my great pleasure to introduce the man whose vision and leadership led us to this day, whose unwavering commitment to the people of our nation laid the foundation for this groundbreaking legislation. A leader who showed us the way forward on this important issue. Please welcome President Barack Obama.
Vice President Biden, Vice President. That was a joke. That was all set up. My president, Joe Biden, Vice President Harris. Our dear friend, Madam Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, all the members of Congress who are in attendance today, the members of Cabinet, it is good to be back in the White House. It's been a while. I confess, I heard some changes had been made by the current president since I was last here. Apparently, Secret Service agents have to wear aviator glasses now. The Navy mess has been replaced by a Baskin-Robbins. And there's a cat running around, which I guarantee you Bo and Sonny would have been very unhappy about. But coming back, even if I have to wear a tie, which I very rarely do these days, gives me a chance to visit with some of the incredible people who serve this White House and who serve this country every single day. A lot of times out of the limelight. They make this government function, and they help people in ways big and small. And from the outside, sometimes people don't understand just how grueling this is and how many sacrifices people make. Because those of us who are in front of the cameras oftentimes get the credit. But it's a lot of people who are devoted day in, day out to making this country better that matter, and a lot of them are represented here. And that's not just in the West Wing, by the way. It's also in the residence. There were a lot of people who looked after our families that I will always be grateful to. So it's wonderful to be back to say thank you to all of you. But most of all, coming back here gives me a chance to say thank you and spend some time with an extraordinary friend and partner who was by my side for 8 years. Joe Biden and I did a lot together. We helped save the global economy, made record investments in clean energy, we put guardrails on our financial system, we helped turn the auto industry around, repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But nothing made me prouder than providing better health care and more protections to millions of people across this country. So when President Biden said he was not going to just celebrate the ACA, but also announce actions that would make it even better, I had to show up. I think it's been well documented just how difficult it was to pass the ACA. You can get a lot of testimony here in case folks haven't heard. You know, as a country, we have been talking about reforming health care for 100 years. Unlike almost every other advanced economy on earth, we didn't have a system that guaranteed access to health care for all of its citizens. Millions of people didn't have health insurance, often because their employers didn't provide it or because it was too expensive. But despite the fact that our health care system didn't work well, it was hard to change. Healthcare represents about 1/5 of our economy. That's trillions of dollars that are involved. So there were a lot of different economic interests that were vying to maintain the status quo. And because the majority of Americans did have health care, some people naturally worried that they'd lose what they had. The media was skeptical of past failures. There was a lot of misinformation, to say the least, flying around. And it's fair to say that most Republicans showed little interest in working with us to get anything done. That's fair to say. But despite great odds, Joe and I were determined. Because we'd met too many people on the campaign trail who'd shared their stories, and our own families had been touched by illness. And as I said to our dear friend Harry Reid, who is missed, wished he was here today, because he took great pride in what we did. I intended to get health care passed, even if it cost me re-election, which for a while looked like it might. But for all of us, for Joe, for Harry, for Nancy Pelosi, for others, the ACA was an example of why you run for office in the first place, why all of you sign up for doing jobs that pay you less than you could make someplace else, why you're away from home. Home sometimes, and you miss some soccer practices or some dance recitals. Because we're not supposed to do this just to occupy a seat or to hang on to power. But we're supposed to do this because it's making a difference in the lives of the people who sent us here. And because of so many people, including a lot of people who are here today, made enormous sacrifices. Because members of Congress took courageous votes, including some who knew that their vote would likely cost them their seat. Because of the incredible leadership of Nancy and Harry, we got the ACA across the finish line. We got it. And the night we passed the ACA, I've said it before, it was a high point of my time here because it reminded me and it reminded us of what is possible. But, of course, our work was not finished. Republicans tried to repeal what we had done again and again and again. And they filed lawsuits that went all the way to the Supreme Court 3 times. I see Don Marilla here, who had to defend a couple of them. They tried explicitly to make it harder for people to sign up for coverage. And let's face it, it didn't help that when we first rolled out the ACA, the website didn't work. That was not one of my happiest moments. So given all the noise and the controversy and the skepticism, it took a while for the American people to understand what we had done. But lo and behold, a little later than I'd expected, a lot of folks, including many who had initially opposed health care reform, came around. And today, the ACA hasn't just survived, it's pretty darn popular. And the reason is because it's done what it was supposed to do. It's made a difference. First 20 million, and now 30 million people have gotten covered thanks to the ACA. It's prevented insurance companies from denying people coverage based on a pre-existing condition. It's lowered prescription drug costs for 12 million seniors. It's allowed young people to stay on their parents' plan until they're 26. It's eliminated lifetime limits on benefits, but often put people in a jam. So we are incredibly proud of that work. But the reason we're here today is because President Biden, Vice President Harris, everybody who's worked on this thing understood from the start that the ACA wasn't perfect. To get the bill passed, we had to make compromises. We didn't get everything we wanted. That wasn't a reason not to do it. If you can get millions of people health coverage and better protection, it is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal. But there were gaps to be filled. Even today, some patients still pay too much for their prescriptions. Some poor Americans are still falling through the cracks. In some cases, healthcare subsidies aren't where we want them to be, which means that some working families are still having trouble paying for their coverage. Here's the thing, that's not unusual when we make major progress in this country. The original Social Security Act left out entire categories of people, like domestic workers and farm workers. That had to be changed. In the beginning, Medicare didn't provide all the benefits that it does today. That had to be changed. Throughout history, what you see is that it's important to get something started, to plant a flag, to lay a foundation for further progress. The analogy I've used about the ACA before is that in the same way that was true for early forms of Social Security and Medicare, it was a starter home. It secured the principle of universal health care, provided help immediately to families, but it required us to continually build on it and make it better. And President Biden understands that, and that's what he's done since the day he took office. As part of the American Rescue Plan, he lowered the cost of health care even further for millions of people. He made signing up easier, made outreach to those who didn't know they could get covered, make sure that they knew, made that a priority. And as a result of these actions, he helped a record 14.5 million Americans get covered during the most recent enrollment period. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you have an administration that's committed to making a program work. And today, the Biden-Harris administration is going even further by moving to fix a glitch in the regulations that will lower premiums for nearly 1 million people who need it and allow 200,000 more uninsured Americans to get access to coverage. I'm a private citizen now, but I still take it more than a passing interest in the course of our democracy. But I'm outside the arena, and I know how discouraged people can get with Washington. Democrats, Republicans, Independents. Everybody feels frustrated sometimes about what takes place in this town. Progress feels way too slow sometimes. Victories are often incomplete. And in a country as big and as diverse as ours, consensus never comes easily. But what the Affordable Care Act shows is that you are driven by the core idea that together we can improve the lives of this generation and the next. And if you're persistent, if you stay with it, and are willing to work through the obstacles and the criticism and continually improve where you fall short, you can make America better. You can have an impact on millions of lives. You can help make sure folks don't have to lose their homes when they get sick, that they don't have to worry whether a loved one is going to get the treatment they need. President Joe Biden understands that. He has dedicated his life to the proposition that there's something worthy about public service, and that the reason to run for office is for days like today. So I could not be more honored to be here with him as he writes the next chapter in our story of progress. I'm grateful for all the people who've been involved in continuing to make the ASA everything it can be, and it is now my great privilege to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Barack Obama's Vice President. And I'm Jill Biden's husband. By the way, the only reason Jill's not here today, she's working. She's teaching. And so I just want you to know that's why she's not here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, welcome back to the White House, man. Feels like the good old days. Being here with you brings back so many good memories. We just had lunch together, and we weren't sure who was supposed to sit where. Look, it's fitting that the first time you return to the White House is to celebrate a law that's transforming millions of lives because of you. And I say because of you. We had a lot of help, the staff, and I helped a little bit, but it's because of you. A law that shows hope leads to change. And you did that. You did it. Let's be honest. The Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, but Obamacare is the most fitting. Obamacare. True. I can tell you all how much Barack Obama cared about getting this done. Throughout the countless hours of negotiations and the relentless political attacks, he never, ever, ever gave up. And I guarantee you that. If I had time, I could tell you all the times when he'd say, should we compromise? Should we do? And I'd say, well, we ought to think about it. I said, no, if I do that, then so-and-so won't get covered. This group of people won't get covered. And whether it was after meeting during our weekly lunch, and we met every single day, he'd remind me of why we're doing this in the first place. We're doing this in the first place for people who needed it and deserve to be treated with dignity. Dignity. The idea that when you can't afford health insurance for your children, for your spouse, male or female, it doesn't matter. Not only are they in trouble, but you're deprived of your dignity. Barack, you talked about the idea that it was important that we make sure that you couldn't outrun your insurance. I can remember there with Bo, thinking to myself, what would I do if they walked in and said, you've outrun your time here? And there were still 35 days to live. The things that change people's lives. We both understood the Affordable Care Act wasn't about a single president or the presidency. It was about the countless Americans lying in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, my God, what if I get really sick? What am I going to do? What am my family going to do? Will I lose the house? Discussions we had in my house with my dad when he lost his health insurance. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to take care of my family? You know, in America, healthcare, as we all three said, will have now said, healthcare should be a right, not a privilege. And with the help of members of Congress, especially Nancy, and the advocates for families who are here today, 12 years ago, last month, 12 years ago, we made a good effort toward that proposition, and it should be right. And Barack, when you signed the Affordable Care Act into law, it became the most consequential piece of health insurance, most consequential piece of legislation, in my view, since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. It made a difference in people's lives every day. You just talked about where we were before the Affordable Care Act and what happened in the past 12 years to make life a lot better for people. Well, I'd like to talk about where we go from here, because we knew back then, as the President said, we knew that we had to keep strengthening this legislation. Look, that's why I ran for president, and I promised to protect and build upon the Affordable Care Act. As soon as I entered office, that's exactly what Kamala and I did, and what our administration and the Democrats in Congress here today did. We passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, which not only helped us on COVID-19 get it under control and our economy back on track, it got millions more people insured under the Affordable Care Act. It made it easier for people to sign up for coverage in the middle of a pandemic. It opened to special enrollment people and gave millions and millions of Americans more time to enroll. It quadrupled the number of navigators out there in the communities, helping people to sign up for coverage because it's confusing to people. It's confusing. Presidents heard me say when we worked together, you know, they'd say, well, Biden and Obama are doing great on foreign policy. You want to do something difficult, try health care. Not a joke. Not a joke. So we continue to expand Medicaid. Missouri and Oklahoma became the 37 and 38 states to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. And as been mentioned, over 31 million people now have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. 4 out of 5 Americans can find quality coverage for under $10 a month. The average family is saving $2,400 a year on their premiums. That's $200 every single month, available for other needs in their lives, from gas to groceries to other basic necessities. The bottom line is this: the Affordable Care Act is stronger now than it has ever been. And today, now I'm not even talking about what your former chief of staff is doing to make sure health care is available to all our veterans in the way he did.
Yeah.
Today, we're strengthened even further. In a moment, I'm going to sign an executive order building on one of those that I signed last year. It directs federal agencies to continue doing everything in their power to expand quality and affordable health care coverage, making it easier for people to enroll in and keep their coverage, helping people better understand their coverage options, and to be able to pick the best option for that family, taking steps to strengthen benefits, lower costs, and expand eligibility, protecting Americans from low-quality coverage that can lead to a mountain of medical debt. And folks, and separately, it's time to fix what we refer to as the family glitch. Now, the family glitch, everybody in this room probably knows what it is. But it's a common issue facing 5 million Americans who can't get financial help to get coverage under the Affordable Care Act. And here's the problem. Under the current rules, a working mom is told, as long as she can afford employer-based coverage for herself, she can't qualify for premium subsidies to afford coverage for her family. Cover her, but not her family. We're working to change that. Once today's proposed rule is finalized, starting next year, working families in America will get the help they need to afford full family coverage. Everyone in the family. As a result, families will be saving hundreds of dollars a month. With this change, it's estimated that 200,000 presently uninsured Americans are going to gain coverage. Nearly 1 million Americans will see their coverage become more affordable. This is considered one of the biggest things my administration can do: lower cost and expand coverage. And we're taking steps today to get that done. So look, folks. But we need to keep up the fight. Our Republican colleagues, as they say in Southern Delaware, they haven't changed a whole hell of a lot. Good folks, but haven't changed a lot. They continue to attack the Affordable Care Act. They're unrelenting. They haven't stopped, Mr. President, since you signed the law. They haven't stopped for 1 second. Multiple court challenges you mentioned, sabotage from the previous administration, over 70 attempts to repeal the law by Republicans in Congress. In fact, just last month, the distinguished senator from Wisconsin said, if Republicans get back in power, they should try to repeal the Affordable Care Act again try. Today, 12 years later, Republicans have not stopped their attacks on this life-saving law. So pay very close attention, folks. If Republicans have their way, it means 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions can once again be denied health care coverage by their insurance companies. That's what the law was before Obamacare. In addition, tens of millions of Americans could lose their coverage, including young people who will no longer be able to stay on their parents' insurance policy at age 26. Premiums are going to go through the roof. Well, I got a better idea. Instead of destroying the Affordable Care Act, Let's keep building on it. Let's extend it. Extend. And because of all the folks in this room, members of Congress, the American Rescue Plan subsidizes that are lowering premiums, subsidies are lowering premiums, and extending coverage. And I got a little practice when you gave me that other act, when we were president. You were president, and I was with you. Look, close the Medicaid coverage gap that locks nearly 4 million Americans out of coverage just because their states refuse to expand Medicaid. Lower prescription drug costs, which is mentioned already, by allowing Medicare to negotiate prices for drugs that are on the market. We can do this. We should do this. We have to do this. But let me close with this. 12 years ago, at a bill signing the Affordable Care Act, President Obama said, quote, "We're a nation that does what is hard, what is necessary, and what is right." That's exactly what he did. Exactly what he did. And folks, that's what we have to do. That's what we do as Americans. You know, it's what all of you did here in making the Affordable Care Act possible. I really mean it. We just got to keep it going and keep building on it. We need to keep the faith. We need to remember, we're the United States of America, and there is simply, literally, nothing beyond our capacity when we're united and do it together. Oh, God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And now, I'm going to sign an executive order. And Barack, let me remind you, it's a hot mic. I have to admit, one thing I haven't gotten down. Barack Obama could sign his name using 9 different pens. I'm going to use this. There you go.
The floor, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary General, distinguished members of the Security Council and other members of this meeting, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sure that all the representatives of the United Nations member states will hear me today. Yesterday, I returned from our city of Bucha, recently liberated from Russian troops, not far from Kiev. So there is not a single crime that they would not commit there. The Russian military searched for and purposefully killed anyone who served our country. They shot and killed women outside their houses when they just tried to call someone who is alive. They killed entire families, adults and children, and they tried to burn the bodies. I am addressing you on behalf of the people who honor the memory of the deceased every single day, in the memory of the civilians who died, who were shot and killed in the back of their head after being tortured. Some of them were shot on the streets, others were thrown into the wells, so they died there in suffering. They were killed in their apartments, houses, blowing up grenades. The civilians were crushed by tanks while sitting in their cars in the middle of the road, just for their pleasure. They cut off limbs, cut their throats, slashed their throats. Women were raped and killed in front of their children. Their tongues were pulled out only because the aggressor did not hear what they wanted to hear from them. So this is no different from other terrorists such as Daesh, who occupied some territories. And here it is done by a member of the United Nations Security Council, destroying internal unity, borders, countries, and taking the right of more than a dozen countries who are self-determined and independent. They pursue a consistent policy of destroying ethnic and religious diversity. They inflame wars and deliberately lead them in such a way that to kill as many regular civilians and cities, to leave the country where they deploy their troops in ruins and filled with mass graves. You all see that. And they support hatred at the level of the state and seek to export it to other countries through their system of propaganda and political corruption. They provoke a global food crisis that could lead to famine in Africa, Asia, and other countries, and will surely end in large-scale political chaos in many countries, and destroying their domestic security. So where is the security that the Security Council needs to guarantee? It's not there, although there is a Security Council. So where is the peace? Where are those guarantees that the United Nations needs to guarantee? It is obvious that the key institution of the world, which must ensure the coercion of any aggressor to peace, simply cannot work effectively. Now the world can see that what Russian military did in Bucha while keeping the city under their occupation. But the world has yet to see what they have done in other occupied cities and regions of our country. Geography might be different or various, but cruelty is the same, crimes are the same, and accountability must be inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you of Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter. What is the purpose of our organization? Its purpose is to maintain peace and make sure that peace is adhered to. And now the UN Charter is violated literally, starting with the Article 1. And if so, what is the point of all other articles? Today, as a result of Russia's actions in our country, in Ukraine, the most terrible war crimes of all times we see since the end of World War II, and they are being committed. Russian troops are deliberately destroying Ukrainian cities to ashes with artillery and airstrike. They are deliberately blocking cities, creating mass starvation. They deliberately shoot columns of civilians on the road trying to escape from the territory of hostilities. They even deliberately blow up shelters where civilians hide from airstrikes. They are deliberately creating conditions in the temporarily occupied territories so that as many civilians as possible are killed there. The massacre in our city of Bucha is only one, unfortunately, only one of many examples of what the occupiers have been doing on our land for the past 41 days. And there are many more cities, similar places where the world has yet to learn the full truth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernobyl, Tyrka, Borodyanka, and dozens other Ukrainian communities. Each of them is similar to Bucha. I know, and you know perfectly well, what the representatives of Russia will say in response to the accusations of these crimes. They have said that many times. The most significant was after the shooting down of the Malaysian Boeing over Donbass by Russian forces with Russian weapons, or during the war in Syria. They will blame everyone just to justify their own actions. They will say that there are various versions, different versions, and it is impossible to establish which one of those versions is true. They will even say that the bodies of those kills were allegedly thrown away, and all videos are staged. But it is 2022 now. We have conclusive evidence, so there are satellite images. We can conduct full and transparent investigation. That is what we are interested in. Maximum access for journalists, maximum cooperation with international institutions, involvement of the International Criminal Court, complete truth and full accountability. I'm sure that every member state of the UN should be interested in this. For what? In order to punish once and for all those who consider themselves privileged and believe that they can get away with anything. So show all the other potential war criminals in the world how they will be punished. If the biggest one is punished, then everyone is punished. Why did Ukraine come to Ukraine? I will tell you, because Russia's leadership feels like colonizers. In ancient times, they need our wealth, our people. Russia has already deported hundreds of thousands of our citizens to their country. They abducted more than 2,000 children, just simply conducted those children and continue to do so. Russia wants to turn Ukraine into silent slaves. The Russian military are looting openly the cities and villages that they have captured. This is wide-scale looting. They are stealing everything, starting with food, ending with earrings, gold earrings that are pulled out and covered with blood. We are dealing with a state that is turning the veto into the UN Security Council into the right to die. This undermines the whole architecture of global security. It allows them to go unpunished. So they are destroying everything that they can. So if this continues, the countries will rely only on the power of their own arms to ensure their security, and not on international law, not rely on international institutions. The United Nations can be simply closed. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to close the UN? Do you think that the time of international law is gone? If your answer is no, then you need to act immediately. The UN Charter must be restored immediately. The UN system must be reformed immediately so that the veto is not the right to die, that there is a fair representation in the Security Council of all regions of the world. The aggressor must be brought to peace immediately. Determination is needed. The massacre from Syria to Somalia, from Afghanistan to Yemen and Libya, that should have been stopped a long time ago, to tell you the truth. If tyranny had at least once received such a response to the war it had waged, it would have ceased to exist, and honest peace had been guaranteed after it, and the world would have changed for sure. And then perhaps there would not be war in my country against our people, against Ukrainian people, against our citizens. But the world watched and did not want to see either the occupation of Crimea or the war against Georgia or taking the entire Transnistria from Moldova, and how Russia was preparing the basis for other conflicts and wars near their borders. How to stop it? Right away, the Russian military and those who gave them orders must be brought to justice immediately for war crimes in Ukraine. Anyone who has given criminal orders and carried out them by killing our people will be brought before the tribunal, which should be similar to the Nuremberg tribunals. I would like to remind Russian diplomats that a man like von Ribbentrop has not escaped punishment for crimes in World War II. I would also like to remind you that Adolf Eichmann also did not go unpunished. Nobody of them escaped the punishment. But the main thing is today it's time to transform the system, the United Nations. So therefore, I propose to convene a global conference, and we can do it here in peaceful Kyiv in order to determine how we are going to reform the world security system, how we will rely, how do we establish guarantee of recognition of borders and integrity of states and countries, how we will assert the rule of international law. It is now clear that the goals set in San Francisco in 1945 for the creation of a global security international organization have not been achieved, and it is impossible to achieve them without reforms. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to pass on to the next generation an effective UN with the ability to respond preventively to security challenges and thus guarantee peace, prevent aggression, and force aggressors to peace, have the determination and ability to punish if the principles of peace are violated. There can be no more exceptions or privileges. Everybody must be equal. All participants of international relations, regardless of economic strength, geographical area, and individual ambitions. The power of peace must become dominant, the power of justice and the security power, as humanity has always dreamed of it. Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for one of the main offices of the newly updated security system, similar to the Geneva office that deals with human rights, the Nairobi office that deals with environmental protection, and in Kyiv we can have U24 office that can specialize in preventive measures to maintain peace. I would like to remind you of our peaceful mission in Afghanistan. When we, Ukrainians, evacuated from that country more than 1,000 people at our own expense. It was a very difficult phase, and Ukraine came to their help. We took in people of different nationalities, ethnic groups, different faiths, Afghan citizens of European countries, U.S., Canada. We did not look who needed help. Was it one of our own or somebody else? We helped all of them. We saved everyone. If every time there was a need, everyone in the world would be confident that help would come, the world would be definitely safer. Therefore, Ukraine has the moral right to propose a reform of the world security system. We have proven that we helped others not only happy time, but in dark times too. And now we need decisions from the Security Council for peace in Ukraine. If you do not know how to make this decision, you can do two things: either remove Russia as an aggressor and a source of war, so it cannot block decisions about its own aggression, its own war, and then do everything that we can do to establish peace. Or the other option is, please show how we can reform or change, dissolve yourself and work for peace. Or if there is no alternative and no option, then the next option would be dissolve yourself altogether. And I know that you can admit that if there is nothing that you can do besides conversation, we need peace. Ukraine needs peace, Europe needs peace, and the world needs peace. And finally, I would kindly ask you very much to watch this short video. Please give us 1 more minute of your time, the video that we want to show that one country can violate rights, and that's the result of being unpunished. If possible, please watch this video, because it is impossible to get everyone to come to our country and see it with your own eyes. Therefore, I would ask you to watch this video. Thank you very much.
The video. They have the video. They have to. I'm not sure. Video, is it just coming?
Madam President, the video has been uploaded to the technicians of the Security Council. So they have it in their possession.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me also start by thanking UAE and Ambassador Nisibeh for her successful presidency during the month of March. Madam President, as you begin your Security Council presidency, I want to thank the United Kingdom for your leadership and for organizing this vital discussion on Ukraine today. I also want to thank the Secretary General for his remarks and the other briefers. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Zelenskyy. I was so moved by the address he made recently to our Congress, and we are truly honored by his presence here under the circumstances that he and Ukraine face today. Madam President, last night I returned from a trip to Moldova and Romania. I saw with my own eyes the refugee crisis caused by Russia's unconscionable war. I spoke to refugees who indicated to me their desires to return to their home. And we've all seen the images on TV of the bombed out buildings. But what we have not seen is that behind those destroyed buildings are destroyed lives and destroyed families. I met with women and children who had fled Ukraine, who stuffed their lives into backpacks and left the only home they had ever known. And these were sobering conversations. One young woman I spoke to came with her 6-year-old brother who had autism and is struggling with cancer. Their single mother helped them escape to save their lives. But Russia's war has interrupted the care her brother desperately needs. Another woman I spoke to fled with her 8-year-old from Odessa. The father, who they'd left behind, told them there was shelling right next to their apartment that very night. And they very well could have died had they not left. A third woman I met told me that she used to love to travel, but never expected her next trip would be to flee for her life. When I asked her where she was from, she started to say, and then she stopped with tears in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it, whether I live in Kyiv or whether I used to live in Kyiv." She was realizing in the moment just how dramatically her life had changed because of this senseless war. These are 3 stories of more than 10 million people, 6 million internally displaced, 4 million who have left Ukraine altogether, 4 million people who have relied on the big-heartedness of countries like Moldova, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and others across the region and the world to welcome and support all those leaving Ukraine in search of safety. Ukraine's neighbors are bearing the brunt of Europe's most significant refugee crisis since World War II. And I want these countries to know that they have a committed partner in the United States. And that is why the United States announced recently that we are prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new funding toward humanitarian assistance for those affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and its severe impact around the world. And it is why we are welcoming up to 100,000 Ukrainians and others fleeing Russia's aggression to the United States. We will continue to assist humanitarian efforts to help the people of Ukraine and all those fleeing Putin's violence. But as heart-wrenching as the stories are that I heard in Moldova and Romania, there are some stories we will never get to hear. Those of the people we saw in the images out of Bucha. We've all seen the gruesome photos. Lifeless bodies lying in the streets, apparently summarily executed, their hands tied behind their backs. As we work to independently confirm the events depicted in these images, I would remind this Council that based on the currently available information, the United States has assessed that members of Russia's forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine. And even before seeing the images from Bucha, President Zelenskyy, along with others in the region, were reporting that children were being abducted, and we heard him say that today. Also abducted are mayors and doctors, religious leaders, journalists, and all who dare defy Russia's aggression. Some of them, according to credible reports, including by the Mariupol City Council, have been taken to so-called filtration camps, where Russian forces are reportedly making tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens relocate to Russia. Reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families from one another. I do not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It's chilling, and we cannot look away. Every day, we see more and more how little Russia respects human rights. And that is why I announced yesterday that the United States, in coordination with Ukraine and many other UN member states, will seek Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council. Given the growing mountain of evidence, Russia should not have a position of authority in a body whose very purpose is to promote respect for human rights. Not only is this the height of hypocrisy, it is dangerous. Russia is using its membership on the Human Rights Council as a platform for propaganda to suggest Russia has a legitimate concern for human rights. In fact, we will hear some of that propaganda here today, I know. And I will not dignify these lies with a response, only to say that every lie we hear from the Russian representative is more evidence that they do not belong on the Human Rights Council. 140 UN member states voted to condemn Russia over its unprovoked war and the humanitarian crisis it has unleashed upon the people of Ukraine. Here's my message to all of you. Now is the time to match those words with action and show the world that we can work responsibly. And I share President Zelensky's view that this moment requires responsible world powers and global leaders to show some backbone and stand up to Russia's dangerous and unprovoked threat against Ukraine and the world. The Secretary General said that confronting this threat is the Security Council's charge. It is, and it is also the responsibility of UN leaders and leaders around the world, every single member state with a voice in the GA. No one can be a shield for Russia's aggression. Suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council is something we collectively have the power to do in the General Assembly. Our votes can make a real difference. Russia's participation on the Human Rights Council hurts the Council's credibility. It undermines the entire UN, and it is just plain wrong. Let us come together to do what is right and do right by the Ukrainian people. Let us take this step to help them to start to rebuild their lives. And let us match the courage of President Zelenskyy, who we are so honored to have with us today. President Zelenskyy, I want you to know that we stand with the people of Ukraine as you face down this brutal attack on your sovereignty, on your democracy, and on your freedom. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank Ambassador Nusibe for
Well, thank you, Madam President. Before I switch to English, I would say a couple of lines in Russian. Мы уже привыкли к вранью.
Have become accustomed to lies that are constantly being spewed in the chamber of the Security Council. Comrade Nebenzia decided to quote from an interview from a media outlet called Medusa. I'd like to ask Comrade Nebenzia, why he doesn't quote the interview in full. Let me quote that interview, who the representative of Putin wanted to use for his purposes. I'm quoting. These are the words of the woman who he mentioned, and I'm quoting. Sometimes Russian soldiers gave dry rations to the basement, and then after lowering these rations, they tossed grenades into the basement. You wanted to quote that interview. Why didn't you quote the whole interview? This is about your humanitarian assistance, after you provide that humanitarian assistance, you toss grenades. That's an interview from the same woman who you mentioned.
Now let me switch to English. I would like to make my further statement in response to the hypocritical questions by Putin's representative. After the video we saw with the shocking images from Bucha, Irpin, Matizhin, and other sites, he should ask these very questions to himself. How have Russians got to the cruelty of Nazis? When have you started enjoying acting like Nazis? Killing civilians, attempting to redraw internationally recognized borders, setting the task to finally resolve the Ukrainian issue, like Hitler attempted to resolve the Jewish issue. When did you miss the point of Russia's turning into the Nazi-style cancerous tumor? Unable and unwilling to stop expanding and bringing to neighboring nations sufferings, destruction, pain, and death. I'm appalled over your cynical and outright lie that you don't hit civilian targets, and that is why you're moving so slowly. You hit the civilian targets and you kill the civilians. Shall I quote your own words of yesterday in the press conference that you gave here in the headquarters, where you said that civilians are killed by your army? Or shall I not? Shall I play the video? You said this is a war. Civilians are killed in the war. It's a warfare, you said. Or perhaps in your mindset, a children's hospital in Mykolaiv, destroyed by the Russian strike yesterday, was a military target. And perhaps a child killed as a result of the strike was a Ukrainian nationalist. The only truth you've said is that you are not moving as planned. And the only reason is the resistance of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian
Good morning. Across the country, hardworking Americans are paying the price for Joe Biden and House Democrats' war on American energy independence. Since Joe Biden's inauguration day, energy prices have skyrocketed by 81%. Nearly a quarter of Americans reduced or went without basic food and medicine so that they could pay their energy bill in the last 12 months. I've heard that from constituents in my district in upstate New York in the North Country. Gas prices under Biden's failed leadership are the highest highest in U.S. history, costing the average American household an extra $2,000 per year. In my home state of New York, people are paying $4.28 for a gallon of gas, upwards in my district. This is up 48% since last year. Democrats' historic energy failures are crushing families' budgets in my district and across the country. American families simply cannot afford to suffer under Joe Biden and Speaker Pelosi's energy crisis any longer. When confronted about this anti-energy agenda, Joe Biden tries to pass the buck and blames everyone but himself. And we will see Democrats try to pass the buck again in their hearing tomorrow, where they attempt to blame American oil producers and Russia for high gas prices. But make no mistake, the American people are smart. Joe Biden and House Democrats own this energy crisis. It was Joe Biden who killed the Keystone XL pipeline and greenlit Putin's gas line, issued the executive order that suspended all oil and gas leases on federal lands and waters, put our national security at risk by depleting our strategic petroleum reserve, and proposed his budget with billions of taxpayer dollars on his radical Green New Deal priorities. House Republicans are united in calling on this administration to take necessary steps to unleash American energy dominance today. Energy independence is economic security, and we know it is national security. With me today are my colleagues who are leaders in the House Republican Conference on energy issues. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Duncan, who serves on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Jeff.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Whip for including me in this very important press conference today. As you know, tomorrow, Energy and Commerce will have a hearing with executives of major oil and gas companies. The Democrats who hold the majority here, they control who comes, and they're going to try to say that rising gas prices are the result of big oil price gouging. But let me be clear, nothing could be further from the truth. While the world is focused on the war in Ukraine, Americans really need to focus on the Biden war against American energy here at home. In fact, they are, because they're experiencing the repercussions of that every day, and that is the price at the pump. Joe Biden began increasing Americans' energy costs from day one. As you heard Elise say, he stopped the XL pipeline. He ended the oil and gas leases on federal land, both onshore and offshore. He's not holding or even planning another lease sale for offshore or onshore lease sales for oil and gas production. He green-lighted Vladimir Putin's Nord Stream 2. That's paying for the war in Ukraine for Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin's laughing. At the same time, we learned that Vladimir Putin was possibly funding NGOs to stop fracking in this country so that we could not be energy independent. As a result, prices skyrocketed 81% since Biden's inauguration. The real issue at hand here is that America, the United States, is blessed with abundant natural resources. Unfortunately, we're cursed by liberal politicians who would rather harm American families by causing them to pay more at the pump because of these America Last energy policies pushed forward by the Biden administration. This isn't Putin's price hike. This is Biden's war on American energy. He did this from day one. Joe Biden did this from day one. It's past time to flip the switch and restart American energy production in order to give American families the relief that they deserve by producing here at home. And with that, I will yield to Congressman Lauren Boebert from Colorado.
Well, I think we are all seeing that the bill has come due for bad Democrat policies. There's not a single Democrat policy that I could point to and say, hey, this is really successful for American families, for moms and dads who are trying to put food on the table, trying to fill up their gas tank to go to work. For our children who have suffered in schools and out of schools, being kept out of schools. None of these policies are benefiting the American people. And now we are paying the price each and every day when our electric bill comes due, when we're paying for fuel at the gas pump. It's been 28 days since House Democrats passed the so-called ban on Russian oil. But guess what? We're still importing natural gas, and we're still funding the Kremlin. 100,000 barrels of oil, Russian oil, are being brought into our country purchased $10 million a day. This is absolutely unjust, un-American. We are funding both sides of this war right now. We pat ourselves on the back because we gave aid to Ukraine, but are still giving $10 million a day to Russia. And it doesn't have to be this way. America makes the cleanest energy in the world. In fact, our natural gas is 42% cleaner than what Russian gas is. American innovation, in particular fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions globally since 2000. We need to stop buying Russian oil and gas, stop begging OPEC, stop looking to Venezuela, stop looking to Iran, and rely on the American roughneck. No one does it better than we do. And these liberal politicians are regulating our communities and our country into poverty. This is a national security threat that is taking place right now. We are seeing what happens when you don't put American energy first. Democrats are hell-bent on their destroy America first policies. And sadly, the Biden regime has continued its all-out war on American energy production. Instead of supporting the Keystone XL pipeline, issuing new leases and energy production and expediting permits for pipelines and natural gas exports, Joe Biden just released a budget calling for $45 billion in new taxes on American energy producers. Now is not the time for that. President Trump's America First policies kept gas prices low and built the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Well, Biden's using it as his get-out-of-jail-free card. Joe Biden's Produce Energy Anywhere But America strategy has gas prices doubling and our strategic reserve being drained quicker than Americans' bank accounts. Colorado's West Slope used to have a booming energy economy. I remember because the Roughnecks used to come into my restaurant, and I was really happy to clean mud off of my floors because that meant things were booming. That meant the business was really good. And now many of our businesses have had to close their doors because of these liberal politicians that I mentioned who regulate unnecessarily our communities into poverty. Republicans know the answer to this energy crisis, and we know how to lower gas prices. We have policies to do exactly this. I have a discharge petition on the House floor to return to President Trump's energy policies, and every Republican should be on that discharge petition so we can push this to the floor for a vote. Demand a vote on this so we can get America energy independent again, pursue energy dominance, and drill, baby, drill. And now I'd like to turn it over to the whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Lauren. Joe Biden's war on American energy didn't start when he took the oath of office as president. I want to take you back to one of the presidential debates when Joe Biden fittingly was standing to the left of Bernie Sanders. If you're looking at the TV, here's Bernie Sanders. To the left is Joe Biden. And by the way, the policies that Joe Biden espoused were also to the left of Bernie Sanders. Joe Biden said as a candidate, quote, "No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil and gas industry to continue to drill, period. It ends." That's what Joe Biden said about American energy as a candidate. And unfortunately, what we've seen since he became president of the United States was a constant barrage and attack on American energy. Started with the canceling of the Keystone Pipeline, which was thousands of American jobs, and a great partnership with our friend Canada. That oil was going to go somewhere. And we could have gotten that oil from Canada through a safe pipeline to America so that we wouldn't need to get oil from Russia. But Joe Biden said no. And it wasn't just Keystone. Joe Biden has not approved a single new pipeline in America since he's been president. And it's not that he's against all pipelines, as my colleagues have pointed out. He approved Russia's pipeline, the Nord Stream 2, which builds on top of the Nord Stream 1, which was already supplying Russian oil to parts of Europe. We could have been there to provide all of the oil and gas that Europe needs. And instead, Joe Biden turned off the spigots here and sent leverage to Putin, sent hundreds of millions of dollars a day to Putin to help fund this war in Ukraine. And when we look at gas prices, immediately as Joe Biden said no on federal lands, as he promised as a candidate, said no offshore to drilling, he then continued to attack through the regulatory agencies. Just about every regulatory agency out there is going after the ability for us to produce energy in America. And is it any surprise that not long after he did it, you saw prices starting to skyrocket? Not after Putin invaded Ukraine, but well before Putin invaded Ukraine, Joe Biden's attack on American energy had led to sticker shock at the pump. The pain at the pump is real. And by the way, it hits lowest income families the hardest. When Joe Biden just released his budget last week, he proposed another $45 billion in new taxes on oil and gas. That means families who are struggling already because of all the inflation, not just high gas prices, but inflation because of President Biden's massive trillions of dollars of spending here in Washington that's rising the cost of everything. He wants to now raise $45 billion in additional taxes on oil and gas. And by the way, unfortunately, the only promise I think he's kept is to go after American energy. He also promised that he wouldn't raise taxes on any American making less than $400,000 a year. Remember that promise? Joe Biden's broken that promise multiple times, and the latest of which is in his budget, because by proposing $45 billion in new taxes on oil and gas, the people that will pay that the most are low-income families, not the millionaires and the billionaires that he talks about in his speeches. He's going to be kicking in the gut with higher taxes those people making less than $50,000 a year. They're the ones that are going to get hit the hardest. While he talks about windmills and solar panels and electric cars, we're for all of the above energy. But go look at who's buying the electric cars right now. And by the way, if you bought an electric car today, you can't plug that into a tree. You've got to plug it into an electric outlet that gets power, and most of that power comes from fossil fuels, which Joe Biden continues to attack. So the record's clear. People get this. As Elise said, the American people are smarter than Joe Biden gives them credit for. They know it's Joe Biden's policies, anti-American energy policies, that have led to this skyrocketing sticker shock at the pump, where it costs over $150 in some cases to fill your car. It doesn't need to be this way. we can be lowering the cost of energy, not by raiding the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which, by the way, the price today is above where it was when Joe Biden raided it yet again for the third time in his presidency. Let's open up American energy. Let's take power away from all the dictators of the world. Putin, whether it's Iran, Venezuela, stop begging dictators to produce our energy when we can produce it right here in America. By the way, cleaner than anywhere else in the world. You want to lower carbon emissions globally? Make more American energy. Make more products in America. Stop attacking American production and American workers. We're calling on Joe Biden to open up the spigots, and we're going to continue as Republicans to push for the policies that will open up American energy and lower the cost of gasoline at the pump. With that, we'll be happy to take some questions. Yeah.
So how do you guys plan to direct your questioning? What's your message to the oil executives tomorrow?
I'll let Jeff answer as well. I'm on the Energy and Commerce Committee, not on the subcommittee of jurisdiction, but they'll allow us to come on. You know, and some of the questions I want to ask, because we've got a number of pieces of legislation. Energy and Commerce Republicans, led by Catherine McMorris Rodgers, have filed legislation that will allow us to produce more American energy and lower the price of gasoline. Last week, the Natural Resources Republicans filed a package of bills, 6 different bills, that will specifically reverse some of the Obama regulations that are crushing American energy. And so we're going to be promoting that legislation, but we're going to also be asking some of the myths that are out there, like the 9,000 permits that President Biden wants to talk about. Oil companies aren't sitting on those leases. In many cases, what we hear from them is that they can't produce the leases that they have because every federal regulatory agency is blocking their ability to actually go drill in America. So President Biden last week said, we're going to tax people more if they don't produce their wells, while his own agencies are blocking them from producing the wells. So isn't that ironic, where the Biden administration first blocks them from doing their job and then says they're going to fine them because they can't do their job? We're going to have those kind of conversations, and I'll let Jeff answer some of the questions he might bring up.
Yeah, thanks, Whip, and thanks for the question. Some of the questions that I heard in our ENC meeting this morning were just about that, the 9,000 permits that are out there. I want to ask the CEOs why they're not producing those and let them explain what Steve just said, but take it a little further. There are hundreds of permits that have to be garnered by the oil and gas companies from both federal and state agencies to run pipelines to get the product, once it's produced from the well, to the refinery. Transmission lines and all these things to produce a well. Plus, every lease that you buy, you're speculating. There's not water under every square inch of your yard, and there's not oil under every square inch of a lease cell. So they have to explore exploration cost and then production cost, and then getting that product to the refinery is very important. Another thing that I believe we'll hear is the Biden administration's using a lot of other agencies like the Security and Exchange Commission to target big oil. And what they're saying is, you've got to show us your climate change or carbon footprint. If banks are making loans to pipeline companies, then the pipeline company they're loaning money to, because the SEC and the Federal Reserve are now requiring banks to find out what that pipeline's carbon footprint is. So they're using a lot of agencies to push their green initiative because they know they can't get it through Congress. As a non-starter here, they failed time and again. And it doesn't work for the American people. The American taxpayers are paying their hard-earned dollars for inflated grocery prices and inflated fuel prices at the pump. And we're hearing it. We're hearing it every day. If you think about this, the average 18-wheeler has 300-gallon diesel tank. And so for every $1 of fuel price increase, that's $300 added to what it takes to fill that trucker up as he's moving those goods across this country. That's $1,200, $1,500 a fill up if prices are $4, $5. That's a lot of money for that trucker. He's not paying it. His trucking company's not paying it. They're passing it on the consumer. And that fuel prices is related to the inflated prices of consumer goods across this country. So we're going to talk about a lot of those issues tomorrow. We're going to talk about increased production, what energy companies can do globally to increase production. Because in economics, you have supply and demand. And demand is high as the economy is coming back globally in the post-COVID era. Supplies, because of the failed Biden energy policies, supplies in the United States are down. We're producing about 1.5 million barrels less today than we did when he was inaugurated. Prices are up 81%. If you think about less production and greater demand just here at home, you kind of understand why these failed Biden American energy policies and this war on American energy are not working. That I'll yield back.
You mentioned the carbon footprint. I just wanted to know, it sounds like you're implying that it's wrong to ask for the carbon footprint. Are you implying that that's wrong or it's too heavily regulated? Why is this?
Well, here's the question that you ought to ask. Why is the SEC asking for this? Are there going to be penalties imposed? And that's questions we're asking. In fact, I would ask you guys to reach out to Andy Barr from Kentucky. He's been a leader on this issue for this conference on what the SEC and the Federal Reserve and others are doing with asking these ESG questions, right? So Garrett Graves is another great one that can talk about that. I hope tomorrow that a lot is shown on what it cost for American energy companies to lease property from the federal government, explore a well, establish that well, all the other permits involved, and what it takes to get the first drop of oil or natural gas from that wellhead to the market, both upstream, midstream, and downstream. That's upstream producers, midstream that are carrying those products to the market, and then the petroleum marketers that have to make a profit at the end of the day. And they're seeing fewer people show up at their gas stations because of fuel prices. More people are staying at home. It's costing moms and dads just to do the normal things of taking their kids to the ball game, taking their kids to school, traveling to work to earn the money that's going to pay for that fuel, and going to church to worship their God every Sunday. It's costing them more today, and it's wrong. We have, as I said earlier, we're blessed here in America with the natural resources that we have proven that we can produce and lessen the cost for American families and be a net exporter to help the quality of lives for so many people around the globe. That was proven under President Trump's term. That was killed on day one by Joe Biden, and American families are paying for it.
Yeah, and think about the financing. Joe Biden, through the SEC, ESG, they're trying to block financing to any oil and gas projects to make it harder for them to even get the funding to do it in America. So when you think about oil and gas production, Joe Biden is harder on American companies than he is on Putin. Go ask Joe Biden, when has he asked these questions of Putin when they're producing oil too that's coming into America? Do they ask for the carbon footprint of it? Because I can tell you it's a lot higher than the carbon footprint of oil and gas made in America. There's no country that has the standards we have. So if you're concerned about carbon emissions, you should be wanting to produce more energy in America, not getting it from some of these dictators around the world who don't have our standards. Yeah.
What do you think of the $10 billion COVID relief deal negotiated by Mitt Romney in the Senate, and will Republican leadership support it when it eventually comes to the House?
We haven't seen the final details, nor how many other Republicans in the Senate, if they even have 60 votes to move it. One of the things we've been talking about is getting the economy open. The best way right now to get relief to families and small businesses is to open up all the economy, end all the mandates, all these things they're doing to make it harder for people to go back to work, trying to fire people if they don't get vaccinated. Let people get back to work. Let's open the economy again. That'll solve a lot of these problems. Yeah.
What's your reaction to Congressman Upton retiring, and do you think it says anything about the Republican Party given President Trump was working against his reelection?
I just saw that. Fred just made the announcement. Clearly, if you look, redistricting had a lot to do with that because we've got a few races across the country where two Republicans were pitted against each other. There in Michigan, the legislature drew Fred Upton in with Bill Huizenga, so you had two Republican members running against each other, and I think Fred said, look, he's had a long career, distinguished. He talked about things like 21st century cures, a bill I think that for generations to come will help cure more diseases. In fact, some of the reforms to FDA and 21st century cures were used by President Trump in Operation Warp Speed to find not one, not two, but 3 different vaccines for COVID. So, this was a decision he had to make looking at the dynamics of a member-on-member race. And it's unfortunate. We've got a few of them, like I said, around the country where it's Republican against Republican. But overall, I think you're going to see a wave of Republicans flipping seats that are currently held by Democrats to Republican because I think the country's fed up with big government socialism.
Can I just add that Fred Upton will be missed? He's been a leader on Energy and Commerce Committee for so long. And 21st Century Cures came through that committee under Fred's leadership. He'll be missed,
Speak of the.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that, you know, Fred Upton will be missed by conference and by Congress. He has been a real leader on energy and commerce. He has set some standards for us to, for Kathy to lead by. So he's going to be missed. At the same time, Bill Huizenga, we hated the fact that those two were drawn in because we're friends with both of them. So now it kind of frees Bill up to focus on his November race and get a Republican, get him back in that seat from Michigan. So I wanted to say that Fred would be missed.
Yeah, when you look at Fred's legacy, you know, he's got a long list. 21st Century Cures is one I bring up just because I worked with him a lot on it, but he made that happen. That bill would not have become law, and there are a lot of other examples of that. Yes, sir.
One point that Democrats are also making regarding the energy companies is that they're making massive profits right now, and they should pass those savings on to the consumer. Chairman Jeffries said it's a matter of patriotism that they should do that. What's your response to that?
Well, it's not patriotic to shut off American energy. And one of the reasons that the prices are so high is because President Biden artificially limited the ability for America to produce energy. And what that means is we're a free market economy. And I think people maybe they don't recognize that when you look at oil production around the world, it's not a free market. OPEC is a cartel. It's a monopoly. And they want the price to be high. Russia wants the price to be high because Putin is using this windfall to finance his war against Ukraine. Joe Biden can take that pressure away. He can take that leverage that these other actors out there, not only dictators like Putin, but also cartels like OPEC. He can take away their leverage just by opening up American energy, because here, if you remove all the roadblocks from the Department of Energy, the Department of Interior, the EPA, the SEC, name your alphabet soup of acronyms, every one of those federal agencies is blocking American energy. If you unleash that, because we're a free market, people will produce and drill all around the country and the price will go down. There's no other country that produces energy that operates in a free market. And by shutting off American energy, Joe Biden has turned energy production over to cartels, monopolies, and dictators. That's what's killing American families. That's why the price is so high. We want the price to be lower by producing more in America. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Morning, everyone. We had a very robust discussion in caucus today about a wide variety of issues confronting the American people, but largely focused on lowering costs for everyday Americans, building upon the tremendous progress that has already been made in the economy. President Biden has done an incredibly good job during his time in office under very difficult circumstances, helping America work its way through this once-in-a-century COVID-19 pandemic, uniting the free world in support of Ukraine and against Russian aggression, and laying the foundation for an incredible economic turnaround. 15 consecutive months of robust job creation. The most recent jobs report showing that 431,000 jobs were created, approaching approximately 8 million good-paying jobs that have been created during President Biden's time in office, a record in American presidential history, fastest rate of economic growth in 40 years. Unemployment has now dropped to 3.6%. It was 6.4% when President Biden took office just a short while ago. Wages continue to go up. And of course, the deficit has been reduced during his first year in office by more than $350 billion and may be reduced by in excess of $1 trillion during his second full year in office. This is a tremendous foundation for the American people. Doesn't just happen automatically, doesn't just happen magically. It happens as a result of presidential leadership in partnership with Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate, and we'll continue that work this week, in part by making sure that distressed restaurants and small businesses are able to receive the relief that was originally promised to them, but because of overwhelming demand in terms of funds weren't previously available. That's bipartisan legislation with respect to distressed restaurants and small businesses that will be led by Representative Blumenauer. And we, of course, will continue to shine a spotlight for the American people on some of the activities that are taking place that are resulting in the high gas prices that people are experiencing, led by Chairman Frank Pallone and Congresswoman Subcommittee Chairwoman Diana DeGette. Of course, there will be a subcommittee hearing on price gouging that is taking place by some companies that are making record profits, but instead of passing savings along to the American people, are pouring it into stock buybacks and wealthy shareholders becoming even wealthier at the expense of the American people. And we're going to make sure that the full story is told, both as it relates to Putin's price hike connected to gas prices, as well as some of the price gouging that is taking place this week. It's now my honor to yield to our distinguished Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This week, the House will hold two of former President Trump's most loyal confidants in contempt of Congress. Last week, I highlighted a passage from Judge Carter's ruling, and I wanted to read it here again because it gets to the heart of why we're voting this week, our work as a select committee, and the responsibility entrusted to all of us on behalf of the American people. The quote, if Dr. Eastman and President Trump's plan had worked, it would have permanently ended a peaceful transition of power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. If the country does not commit to investigating and pursuing accountability for those responsible, the court fears January 6 will repeat itself. Those are the stakes of the investigation that we have in front of us, and why it's so important to refer Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro to the Justice Department for contempt of Congress. These aides to the former president have refused to provide a single piece of evidence despite our lawful subpoenas. Their failure to comply sets them apart from nearly every other witness and leaves us no other option. This is as clear a case of contempt as we have seen. House Democrats are committed to the principle that no one is above the law, and each and every day we get closer to ensuring that the perpetrators of the attempt to overturn the election are held accountable, so this doesn't happen again. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pete. Any questions?
I have a two-part question. One, are you getting any kind of sense on if the House will actually vote on the COVID preparedness bill this week? And what is your message to the Democrats who rebelled against including that in the omnibus, and now you guys are voting on something that's $5 billion less and doesn't have the global vaccines in there?
Well, Leader Hoyer will speak to the timing at the caucus meeting earlier today. He did not mention a precise date or time that we'll be voting on it, but some of that may depend on when the Senate acts. And in terms of whatever is sent to us, and to the extent it does not include assistance for COVID relief in other parts of the world, that will be a work in progress that will need to continue. I think we have a general understanding within the House Democratic Caucus that this pandemic is not over for any of us until it's over for all of us. And that as the wealthiest country in the history of the world, the leader of the free world, we have a responsibility to decisively crush this virus wherever it may be found, and certainly to help underdeveloped countries do that. It's the right thing to do, but it's in the best interest of the American people, and I know our work in that regard will continue.
We've heard many of your Democratic colleagues calling for Title 42 to remain in place until there's a comprehensive plan to sort of deal with what they say is a disaster for border management. Republicans have signed this discharge petition. Where do you stand on the issue, and is this something that you and your colleagues would support?
Well, we're awaiting action from the president and some visibility into how the administration decides to proceed. I have great confidence in the administration in terms of both making sure that we continue to lift up border security while also recognizing that we have laws related to asylum, and those laws should be brought to life in the fullest possible way in the context of the moment that we're in. And I don't want to get out ahead of the administration in this regard. Members are actively discussing a way forward here. I think House Democrats are unanimously committed to the notion that we are both a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. And finding a way forward to lift up those two very important principles, I think, is a commitment amongst House Democrats. But let me yield to our Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar.
I think the chairman said it well. But let's step back for a minute and talk about, Title 42 was put in as by the former president as a stalking horse for border security. It was cloaked in pandemic discussion. But the pandemic has changed. So Republicans want us to talk about things opening up and coming back, businesses, while we're moving forward with the pandemic, because the underlying health conditions have changed in this country, and we acknowledge that. That doesn't ignore that we are still back to 2 years ago, and the concerns that we have about making sure we honor what the chairman said, that we are both a nation of laws and a compassionate nation. We can't pick and choose which refugees and which asylum seekers come to this country, whether they are Central American or whether they are Ukrainian. And so we're working with the administration, and the administration has indicated that they have plans to address this, but we are moving past this pandemic, and the next phase of that is the removal of Title 42. And so we will continue to, with the appropriate committees, work to make sure we are prepared for the eventualities of that ending. But let's not forget that the former president put this in because he wanted to send a message about the border, not because he wanted to protect the American public from a pandemic. He proved time and time again that that was never in his top 3 priorities. So we're moving forward, and we will work with the administration to make sure that they have the tools and the resources to address this.
Back to this side. Yeah, thanks.
On the restaurant relief bill coming up this week, I mean, this is something that members have wanted for some time. What are you doing to reconcile everyone's different priorities heading into this?
Well, I think under President Biden's leadership, the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer, we have been actively moving to address a whole wide variety of issues. I laid out clear evidence of that in the context of where we were when President Biden took office. The economy was on the brink of collapse, and the steps that we've taken to turn the situation around significantly, starting with the American Rescue Plan, continuing through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, finally infrastructure investment. There had been every other week for decades, Infrastructure Week, and nothing ever happened. And under President Biden's leadership, we have historic investment in our nation's infrastructure. 2 weeks ago, we were able to move forward on a bipartisan spending package to meet the needs and priorities of the American people. But the work, of course, continues. And so this week, it appears we will be able to move forward. On bipartisan legislation led by Democrats to address this issue of distressed restaurants and small businesses. And so the work will always continue, but our track record speaks for itself. Back to first round. Yeah,
Republicans seem to want to use the ending of Title 42 as an election topic. How concerned are you about the surge that's predicted to come and them using that in the midterm election to hurt Democrats?
I think we have to continue to govern responsibly, and again, we'll wait for presidential action in this area. But we have a strong story to tell, and the Republicans have nothing but rhetoric. And often that rhetoric has no basis in reality. They have no governing agenda. They aren't putting forth ideas. And they're unwilling, of course, to denounce the pro-Putin wing of the Republican Party, the pro-insurrection wing of the Republican Party, and the pro-hate wing of the Republican Party. Instead, it's just rhetoric, often nonsense, with no good ideas being put forth to help out everyday Americans. So I'm not concerned about the Republican rhetoric.
I was just wondering, so you guys are getting ready to go to conference on the Competes Act. I asked Speaker Pelosi about this, and I wanted to hear you guys' take. So there's a part in the Competes Act that it calls for increased cooperation with China about climate change, but it also takes action to crack down on their human rights abuses. I was just wondering, you guys, how you plan to kind of reconcile those two things, cracking down on them for one thing and then trying to cooperate on another.
Well, I'll yield to Pete on this, but we are dealing with a complex geopolitical environment all across the world, a globalized economy, and so there are challenges that we have to work through in the context of a globalized economy, and that, of course, includes China as a major player, while at the same time, we have to be true to our values as a free and fair society, as the leader of the free world. And we'll see what comes out of the conference committee, but I'll have every confidence that, one, the speaker will designate individuals who are knowledgeable, strong, committed to making sure that America is put in the most competitive position so that our economy works for everyday Americans, while working through some of these geopolitical challenges to make sure that we also are lifting up our values and the importance of human rights and respecting the dignity of others.
Yeah, I think the chairman's right. Part of this is a discussion about the geopolitical environment, and some of them are bilateral discussions among the countries, and other topics will be addressed within this piece of legislation. I don't think it's going to surprise anyone in this room that the chairman and I are fans of the House-passed piece of legislation and the language there, but we're going to give the space to the negotiators to try to craft a deal that is bipartisan and bicameral. And then we look forward to working with our colleagues to make that into law. But this is an important piece of legislation, a lot of details to work through. I share the chairman's confidence that the speaker will put people at the table who represent the views of the House Democratic Caucus, and we'll go from there.
If I could just follow up briefly on this about, so we know China is one of the biggest polluters in the world. Why is your caucus so adamant about increasing the cooperation on climate change when they're one of the biggest polluters? What is the end game? What is the goal here?
Well, I think what is clear is that in order for us to deal with the climate crisis comprehensively and with the fierce urgency of now, it's going to involve decisive action by the United States, decisive action by China, decisive action by India, I believe the three largest contributors to carbon pollution across the globe, and of course decisive action by the European Union collectively, plus Great Britain. And so I think that is the right approach, because you can't simply solve the problem with just the United States alone acting, and a big part of the challenge is China and India and the European Union in partnership with Great Britain. And so I think it's the right approach. It's anchored in the factual realities on the ground and in the air and in the soil and in the water across the globe. And I think it's the global approach that will continue with leadership from President Biden.
I have a question for the Vice Chair. I'm not asking you to confirm anything, but there are now reports that Ivanka Trump is expected to speak to the January 6th committee today. And I know the committee earlier this year, or maybe it was even last year, sent her like an 11-page letter with sort of why she's of interest. Can you just maybe sort of, why is she so important to talk to? If that's
yeah, I'd refer you back to the letter. But at its core, we're interested in talking to individuals who were in and around the former president and the White House during this important time, during January 5th and 6th, as well as the lead up and the many events that were orchestrated by those who were close to the former president that had, as Judge Carter said, a coup in need of a legal strategy. And so, those are the pieces that we're interested in. And so, we're going to continue to ask these questions. I'm not talking about, any particular individual, but we're going to ask and continue to ask a lot of questions. But I will say broadly, we've announced about 100 subpoenas And we've had, as you've heard me say from this podium, over 800 interviews. So for every subpoena that we announce, there are many others that we don't announce that are just part of us doing our job to seek the truth, to get to the events of what transpired, and to make sure at its core, legislatively, that we do what we can to make sure that this never happens again. Irrespective of any individuals, we're going to continue to move forward and to ensure that we're getting to the truth.
On the hearing tomorrow with the oil company executives, what is the message or the lesson that you hope people take out of the hearing tomorrow? What do you want folks to learn?
Well, I'll defer to Chairman Pallone and Subcommittee Chairwoman Diana DeGette in that regard. However, I think generally we want to make it clear to the American people that House Democrats are on the case. Gas prices, of course, are a complex issue in the context of both the geopolitical environment and decisions that are being made by these oil and gas companies and executives explicitly to take the record profits that they are making and reinvest them in the shareholder class as opposed to the consumer class. That's a problem. And part of the job of the United States Congress is to hold people to account, particularly in an environment where you have a war of aggression that is taking place in the Ukraine. And as a result of Putin's war of aggression, you have increased gas prices that have accelerated since he began to threaten Ukraine a few months ago and then invaded. And in the context of that international crisis, and we'll continue to stand behind the people of Ukraine who are fighting heroically and make sure they have everything that they need to ultimately prevail, as they will. I think it's important for American corporations, as we've seen others do, to show some patriotism and to stand on the side of everyday Americans. And at the hearing, at least, I think there'll be an opportunity to explore with these gas and oil executives what that kind of patriotism should look like. At minimum, it should involve ensuring that perhaps there's some relief that consumers and everyday Americans experience in the form of lower gas prices, given the incredible record profits that oil and gas companies are making right now. Pete, you want to? Okay. We'll go back here, and then last question.
When is the House going to vote on the restaurant bill?
I'm not sure. I don't think Steny mentioned that in particular, or I may have missed it, but he certainly can provide a precise answer to that question. I think it's Thursday? Thursday. Last question.
On the COVID money, the global vaccine money, what's the way forward on this? I mean, is it appropriating new money? Is it moving around money that's already been allocated? And does it have to be done before the next appropriation bills go out? Or, are you looking to do it sooner?
Yeah, it's my understanding that, one, the additional funding will be completely paid for, and that's been an approach that we've taken responsibly. It's one of the reasons why we continue to experience tremendous economic growth, and at the same time, of course, haven't added to the deficit. It's been dramatically reduced. In terms of the actual mechanism that will be employed, we'll see what the Senate sends over, right? The text is available. I don't want to get out ahead of those who have been leading the effort on our side in terms of whether that's something that we're comfortable with or whether there are proposed adjustments that may need to be made. But it's my understanding that the funding will not be taken away from any particular state, right, that may have unexhausted funds. But we also understand that there was probably some waste, fraud, abuse, or people who had access to funds that that may need to be reconsidered. So we'll see ultimately what the House settles on. The Senate legislation is out there to be reviewed.
Specifically, the global vaccine money that's not in there. You said that you're going to continue to work on this. So, is this something that you guys envision getting done? Before the next appropriations bills go out? I mean, how time sensitive is this, and when do you hope to do something, move something forward? In the House?
Let me yield to our resident appropriator on that question.
No, all I'd say is, one, the importance behind this. The importance behind the global pandemic money is to ensure that we have vaccinations across the globe. We can't get past this pandemic until more people are vaccinated. And we know that with continued variants moving forward, the key to that is the vaccination. That's why we continue to ask people to be vaxxed and boosted here in this country, but we have to acknowledge our commitment to play a leadership role abroad as well. That was the importance of this $5 billion. Now, we aren't going to, it appears that the Senate language is not going to have this included. This won't be the last piece of legislation that we do. And even some of the pandemic money that is included in here is in a limited window to go to states and to go to localities to make sure that we're investing in moving past this pandemic and the health and safety of the country. And so, with that in mind, there will be other pieces of legislation before we get to the appropriations bills, and so we're going to continue. But as we are with priorities that sometimes aren't addressed, we have to carry forward and ensure that the bill in front of us is not the last bill that the U.S. House of Representatives will do, and we will have other options moving forward. Thank you.
And the pandemic will not be over for any of us until it is over for all of us. And House Democrats will remain committed, as Vice Chair Aguilar said, to doing what's necessary to crush this virus decisively, not just here in America, but throughout the world. Thank you, everyone.
These backlogs cost the American consumer a fortune because all the goods that are coming from overseas, or the parts of goods that are coming from overseas, become much more expensive. Its shipping costs have gone up, and I may have the numbers wrong, but the magnitude is right, from about $300 a container across the Pacific to over $1,000. That's a huge expense. And now, the Federal Maritime Commission, in a bipartisan bill, Klobuchar Thune, shepherded through by Senator Cantwell in the Commerce Committee, will be able to undo those backlogs. The big shipping companies don't talk to each other; they're competing with each other. So that's very important. So, as I said, it's been a very, very productive work period, and there's a lot for members to go home and talk about. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck. President Joe Biden made a strong choice to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has an exceptional resume, and literally no one has questioned her credentials to serve on the court. She went through 24 hours of questioning before the Senate Judiciary Committee. It was a real test. I want to say this about it. A majority of the Republican senators on that committee were fair and respectful. They asked tough questions, but that's their job. Unfortunately, a handful went too far in style and in substance. But that's going to happen, I guess, sometimes. I looked at the table a couple times and thought to myself, if she stood up at this point and said, enough, I'm taking my family to court, I would have understood. But she didn't. She was strong as can be, and showed grace and dignity throughout the entire process. Her strength is what's guided her to this moment. I was disappointed that on the committee we didn't have any Republican votes. I was hoping it would become bipartisan out of the committee. But I was heartened last night on the floor when every Democrat and 3 Republicans supported discharge in her nomination to the floor for consideration today. I want to give a special shout out to Mitt Romney, to Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins. This has not been an easy assignment to step up and vote for President Biden's nominee. I respect them very much for doing so. I want to thank them as well as others who might join them. She deserves bipartisan support. Once on the court, when she starts writing her record, many who are opposing her now will realize their mistake. For the time being, we've got an opportunity to make history with an extraordinary nominee, and I'm glad we're here this week.
Senator Murray.
Well, thank you, and I want to echo my colleagues in saying that Judge Jackson is one of the most exceptional Supreme Court nominees I've ever met with. As a former public defender, the daughter of 2 public school teachers, I think she brings a perspective that has been missing and one that really does matter. We saw Judge Jackson during her confirmation hearings. No question, she is qualified. She's absolutely the woman for the job, and I look forward to getting her confirmed as soon as possible. Now, yesterday we announced a bipartisan deal on a supplemental funding to help us keep the upper hand in this fight against COVID-19. We have made so much progress getting people safely back to school, back to work, back to their lives. And the thing I keep hearing from people in my home state is that now that things are open again, they want to keep it that way, and I couldn't agree more. Making that happen means continuing to make sure that we have vaccines and tests and treatments that are available at no cost, and that we have the resources we need to track and respond to new developments before they become disruptive. That's why I and Senator Schumer and others pressed Republicans very hard to reach an agreement on important steps to keep our nation open and to be ready for whatever comes next. There's, of course, still more we need to do to help the world in the fight against COVID-19 and to strengthen our public health and our medical preparedness systems for whatever our nation faces next. I will keep pushing for progress on that as well. This is not the end of the road, but the bipartisan deal that we announced is critical to keeping families in my home state of Washington and across the country safe, keeping our COVID response on track, and keeping our communities open. We've gotten a lot done while the Senate has been in session these past few weeks. Bipartisan postal reform, major appropriations bill. We voted to make daylight savings time permanent. And we voted my bipartisan Prevent Pandemics Act out of committee by a 20-2 margin. And we are still working every day to lower costs for our working families back home. I just held a roundtable last week with Senator Warnock on capping the cost of insulin at $35 per month, like he has proposed. Senator Shaheen is working on bipartisan legislation on that issue. We are working on every option to move the ball forward here and to make life better for people in Washington State, Georgia, and New Hampshire, everywhere in America. From confirming a working mom to the Supreme Court this week, to ensuring we are ready for public health threats, Democrats are delivering for people. And we're going to keep fighting to lower costs for people and families everywhere in this country on everything from child care to health care.
Senator LiveNOW.
Well, thank you. And I first want to join with my colleagues in expressing my personal excitement about Judge Jackson going on the United States Supreme Court. This is a very, very historic week. I do want to take a step back, though, and just make it very clear that President Biden and our new slim Democratic majority inherited a mess a little over a year ago. We inherited a mess. At that point, there were 424,000 Americans who had lost their lives from COVID. There was $7 trillion in new debt just from the 4 years of Trump. $7 trillion in debt and 2.6 million jobs lost during the Trump years. But when Senator McConnell and the Republican leaders come to this podium, all they do is complain that we aren't cleaning up their mess fast enough. So let's fast forward to today. 7.9 million jobs have been created in a little more than a year. On to a record, possibly the strongest record ever for any president. Children safely back to school, Americans returning to their lives, their normal lives, and we certainly want to keep it that way with this COVID package. And we are delivering as Democrats every single day. Just this work period, again, critical ports and supply chain reform bill to help our farmers and to cut costs. Cut costs. Postal reform, talked about for 15 years, we got it done. The Violence Against Women Act, critical aid to Ukraine, an omnibus with the right priorities for people. The Intel Anti-Lynching Act, only 100 years overdue. Cybersecurity bill, bills to help veterans access life-saving cancer care, legislation to support child sex abuse victims, just to name a few things that we've done just in this last 6 weeks. So again, and that, by the way, is not counting 56 judges confirmed and counting, and a wonderful new Supreme Court justice. Bottom line is, Democrats are delivering every day.
Thank you. One more thing. I just heard that the president is going to extend the student loan moratorium through August. This is a very good thing. Students are suffering under a huge amount of debt, and to extend the moratorium is a good thing. But of course, I believe the president should go further and forgive $50,000 in student loans permanently. It's a huge burden on so many people. College should be a ladder up. It is all too often that student debt is an anchor debt.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon. So Leader McConnell indicated on the COVID bill here that there might have to be some amendments, and he suggested it might be something on Title 42. Does that imperil the passage of this bill? And how do you handle this with the Jackson confirmation in the next couple of days? Kind of dual practice.
The bottom line is this is a bipartisan agreement that does a whole lot of important good for the American people. Vaccines, testing, therapeutics. It should not be held hostage for an extraneous issue. Yes. No.
Senator Schumer, the Iranian foreign minister was saying, Abdullah today, that there is negotiation to only go back to Vienna to sign a deal based on the proposals that already submitted, and we're not going to negotiate with the U.S. and other world powers on Iran nuclear deal. Now that the negotiation seems to be stalled, where do you think, what do you think about?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to get a briefing on what happened to give you an answer. Yes, sir.
Senator, will you allow an amendment process, though, on that bill?
As I said, this is a bipartisan bill. It was negotiated in good faith. It should not be held hostage to extraneous, unrelated issues. Last one.
It's been more than a year since you announced your intent to review comprehensive marijuana reform. When are you planning to announce that legislation and put it on the site?
We hope to do that towards the end of April. Senator Booker, Senator Wyden, and I are talking about it. And in fact, we're trying to reach out. I've reached out already to a few Republicans to see what they want. Last one.
On reconciliation, I'm curious if you have a time frame as to when you'd like to get this done. Does it have to be done by the August recess, for instance?
Well, we want to get it, look, there are lots of talks going on right now. They're not in a great degree of granularity. Once we finish Supreme Court, they may pick up pace. We'd like to move a reconciliation bill and go as far as we can, get as much done as we can with 50 votes. Thank you.
Today, as you all know, we announced new actions to cut healthcare costs through the Affordable Care Act. Thanks to President Obama and President Biden, America is more covered than before and well on its way to finally treating healthcare as a right and not a privilege. Thanks to the steadfast leadership, America is better off, of both of them, than it was 12 years ago. Through today's proposed rule to fix the family glitch, we'll expand access to 200,000 uninsured Americans and reduce costs for nearly 1 million Americans. This is no small feat. This will make for the most significant administrative action to improve implementation of the Affordable Care Act since its enactment. Outside experts have said this action is the boldest thing we can do to expand coverage without congressional action. Already nearly 6 million Americans have gotten access to affordable health care through President Biden's work to expand access to health care. And with congressional action, we could build on the monumental progress we've made to date to expand coverage and cut costs for Americans by making the health care component in the American Rescue Plan permanent. And of course, the 12 states that have not expanded Medicaid could certainly choose to do that as well. With that, let me just note too, all of you know Angela. But for those of you who don't know Angela, she is one of our press assistants. She went to Georgetown. I did not get into Georgetown. So she's very smart, obviously. She's also the funniest person on the team. And she's amazing and incredible. And I just wanted to call her out today, too. You all know Vedant. I've already done this. I've done this around Vedant. Okay. So cheers for Angela for everything she does. Okay. Zeke, sorry to get you off track there. Go ahead.
Jen, administration officials said that tomorrow the president's going to extend the student pause on student loan repayment for another 3 months through August. That would put it be starting a couple months before the midterm elections. Is the president willing to sort of end that pause and have borrowers begin to make payments that close to a midterm election?
Well, I to not get too ahead to where you are at this point in time, it expires in May. Obviously, we'll have a formal announcement to make before that timeline. I don't have anything to preview at this point in time. Obviously, we look at and assess what the needs are for the people who are impacted by the payment of student loans as we make these assessments. I would note that no one has been required to pay a single dime of federal student loans since the president took office. And of course, the Department of Education will continue to communicate directly with borrowers about federal student loan repayment and servicers as we make this final decision.
On a different topic, we've heard a lot from the administration about the lack of international COVID relief funding for vaccinations. Does the president believe that without this money, he can meet his pledges to the world in terms of global vaccine sharing? And does he have to recalibrate now that Congress seems unwilling to provide the necessary funding to get there?
Well, no, we can't meet our commitments and cannot continue to be the arsenal of vaccines to the global community. Without global funding, USAID won't have resources to get more shots in arms. We'll be forced to scale back our work providing oxygen and antiviral pills, and we will lack the funding to provide rapid testing to countries in need. It's not just about vaccine doses, of course. I know that's kind of the question you asked. It's also about providing the know-how and the individuals and at times the training to be able to get shots in arms, and those are programs that we fund through our global efforts as well, and we need that funding in order to continue these programs.
And just lastly, for me, General Milley had some pretty sobering testimony on the Hill today regarding the state of the world and sort of a grim outlook, saying that the potential for significant international conflict is increasing, not decreasing. Is that an assessment the president shares? And is that sort of the assessment of the U.S. government that sort of the state of the world is darker than it was when the president took office?
Well, certainly the General Milley speaks for the assessment of the U.S. military, and I think that's what he was testifying on, and he speaks on behalf of the administration. Go ahead.
General Milley also said that he thinks the war in Ukraine will be measured in years, that this will be a long, protracted conflict. Can you clarify, do you mean that the ground war will be lasting years? And is the U.S. committed to aiding Ukraine for as long as this drives on?
Well, we're certainly committed to continuing our historic support of Ukraine, whether that is military assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance. Without further parsing General Milley's words, and certainly I would point you to the Department of Defense and to him directly, I think we also understand that the recovery from this war, the rebuilding in Ukraine, people who have lost their homes, communities that have been destroyed, is going to take some time, and the United States will certainly continue to be a part of that.
And President Zelenskyy today effectively asked, what's the point of the UN Security Council if they can't find a way to hold Russia accountable given Russia's veto power? He suggested the council was powerless and outdated. Does he have a point, and does the White House think the Security Council needs to be reformed? Is that even possible?
Well, I think he's certainly referring to, obviously he can speak for himself, but his frustration, which we share, that Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We don't see that changing. And so what our objective is at this point in time is on a couple of fronts. One is to continue to provide a range of security assistance to Ukraine, directly to Ukraine, to the military that is serving boldly and bravely on their behalf. I can provide you a little bit of an update on that in addition to the deliveries of the $200 million package announced on March 12th, which are almost complete, deliveries of the $800 million package the president announced on March 16th are actively occurring, and obviously the Department of Defense has also announced a range of equipment that is being provided. I'd also note that there are a range of mechanisms as it relates to accountability, and that relates to the president's strong statements about his view and belief that Russia and President Putin are guilty of war crimes and obviously the atrocities that have taken place. And they are not necessarily through the UN mechanisms. And there are obviously challenges to that given Russia is a permanent member. But there are ample examples in the past of other international bodies, and we will continue to support those efforts as well.
I just want more. The sanctions that are coming tomorrow being announced by the U.S. and European partners are expected to in part target Russia Russian government officials and their family members. Is this also expected to include Putin's daughters?
I don't have more specifics to detail or preview for you at this point in time. It is expected, or you can expect, I should say, as many of you have reported, that they will target Russian government officials, their family members, Russian-owned financial institutions, also state-owned enterprises. It's a part of the continuation of our efforts to put consequences in place, hold Russian officials accountable, and again, those announcements will be made tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary of State Blinken earlier today said that the killings in Bucha are not a random act by a rogue unit, but that it is a deliberate campaign by Russia to commit these atrocities. But he did not offer any evidence the U.S. has to back up this claim. I'm wondering if the White House can share any evidence to that effect.
Well, I think what the Secretary was referring to is the fact that we have predicted and laid out very clearly the intention of President Putin and the Russian military to commit atrocities. That's what they have done. We have seen with our own eyes what they have done. That is consistent with, but a little different from, a question about a process, which is a process that would take place through an international mechanism to have a review or have an investigation into war crimes. That is a process that we would certainly be supporting in a range of ways. But what he was speaking to is the fact that we had predicted it. What we predicted has unfortunately happened, and we've only seen potentially the tip of the iceberg because of where we have had access to. We have not have access to an expanse of the country where they have likely also committed atrocities.
Thank you. And one quickly on sanctions. We've sort of increasingly seen evidence that Russia is turning to China to circumvent Western sanctions. We just had a report that Reuters did today about Russia turning to China for microchips. They have a payment card that they have now issued in conjunction with China's Union Pay, which is an alternative payment system, as you're aware. And I'm wondering if what is going to be announced tomorrow will, have anything to do with making China comply with Western sanctions. I mean, if you can speak to that.
That continues to be not just our expectation, but what we've conveyed directly. But these sanctions are related to Russia. Go ahead.
First, on sanctions, last night the Treasury Department shifted their general licenses a little bit in terms of payments from the foreign reserves in U.S. institutions. Is it fair to say that the goal right now is to have a sovereign default with Russia in terms of how you want to impose costs?
The goal is to force them to make a choice. So Russia does not have unlimited resources, especially now, given the crippling sanctions we've put in place, and they are going to be forced to choose between draining remaining valuable dollar reserves or new revenue coming in or default. Part of our objective here, the biggest part of our objective here, is to deplete the resources that Putin has to continue his war against Ukraine, and obviously causing more uncertainty and challenges to their financial system is a part of that, but it is forcing them to choose those options and to also deplete the resources, making it more difficult for him to continue to fight the war.
Longer term, Jake yesterday said something along the lines of this is not the time for complacency. I understand the alliance that's been put together over the last 6 months doesn't have a lot of precedent, but how real is the concern that if this is protracted, if this is months, not weeks, that fractures could end up coming to pass in the alliance you guys have put together?
We have been very clear-eyed about that possibility from the beginning, which is why there has been so much effort on the diplomatic front to work at it, including obviously the president's trip to Europe. Secretary Blinken is on his way, or maybe he's there now in Europe. There are calls that happen every single day through nearly every national security official to continue to work towards that coordinated unity that has been so effective to date. It is also true, though, that unity does not mean identical. And as we're looking at the consequences people are putting in place, the actions they're taking, our expectation is not that it is identical. It is just our effort to do everything we can to make sure it's coordinated and as unified as it possibly can be.
And then last one real quick. I think you addressed it yesterday, so I apologize. But when you talk about the bridge from the SPR perspective, is it a bridge to, you believe the domestic industry will be able to fill that gap within the next 6 months, or is it a bridge to domestic plus Canada plus the Middle East? How are you guys seeing what that is a bridge to in terms of production?
A combination, I would say, Phil. As you know, the oil market is a global market, and we certainly understand and have seen that obviously the actions of President Putin has led to an increase in gas prices, not just here in the United States, but in other countries in the world. We also know that as other countries make decisions about energy sanctions, that could have an impact on the amount of supply in the marketplace. So we are taking steps that obviously a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the next 6 months to hopefully give a bridge to increased domestic production, to your point, which we know could take a little bit of time. But also during that time, we're also working with other countries around the world. You saw the announcement many of them made last week about their increased releases, but also to see what they can do to increase their supply into the marketplace as we're filling that gap. Go ahead, Weijia.
Today, Secretary Blinken also said that the U.S. was continuing to gather evidence and will continue to support Ukraine, the UN Human Rights Council, as it relates to a possible war crime trial. I know yesterday Jake said the U.S. was looking at a variety of mechanisms, but since the U.S. is not party to the ICC, other than a supportive role, what can it do to facilitate a trial?
Well, let me give you an update on where we are, and I would also let me first point to the fact that historically we have provided evidence to the ICC even though we are not a party member. So if you look back in 2004, the State Department collected evidence indicating that the Sudanese military and militias were committing specific acts of violence against members of non-Arab groups in Darfur, and the Secretary of State at the time, Colin Powell, determined that what was happening was a genocide, and we worked with the ICC and the UN Security Council to hold accountable. So I would just note there is historic reference. Now, also, as you're thinking about the timeline of this, the historic reference for that is also important because that was 2004, and it is just starting now. So it takes time. Now, it doesn't always take that amount of time, but just, as you're looking at the history here. But right now, there are a number of efforts already underway to hold any Russians accountable for atrocities and war crimes. Over the past few weeks, we established investigations through the UN Human Rights Council and the OSCE of possible violations by Russia. We're also supporting the work of the War Crimes Unit under the Office of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General and a team of international prosecutors who are working with them, and also supporting Ukraine's authorities and civil society organizations who are working on the ground to document atrocity crimes for prosecution. And we also welcome the investigation opened by the ICC prosecutor, in particular his focus on preserving evidence of possible atrocity crimes. And as you noted, Jake outlined the specific ways that we can help in those efforts, including through intelligence sources and gathering and sharing that with our partners, including helping Ukrainians and what they're doing on the ground to develop their case. Third is working through international organizations. And the fourth, as he noted yesterday, is all of you and the range of important reporting and sharing of images and information gathering that's happening out there. But those are the different options and different mechanisms we're working through now, but it has not yet been determined what the international mechanism is.
And you mentioned that's going to take a lot of time. It seems that you've also indicated that every sanctions package is not meant to be an on and off switch to stop Putin, that will also take time. Is there anything that can be done to stop Putin now, in the immediate?
I would say first on sanctions, we have a couple of objectives. One of them is to put consequences in place, put a marker down and make very clear it's absolutely unacceptable, horrific, and there should be consequences. The second is to make it more difficult to fund the ongoing war, and that is a very important component. And the question Phil asked earlier about the bond payments and the bond payment that is due is an example of that, and the mechanisms we have through our economic resources to do exactly that. And the third is to make clear and make it evident to President Putin and Russian leadership and the world that he is a pariah and now is and will be held accountable and treated in that way on the global stage. But what we feel is the most effective thing we can do now, in addition to that, is to continue to provide military assistance, security assistance, equipment on the ground. I would note again the Department of Defense announced a series of additional military pieces of equipment that they had not previously delivered, that they were delivering to the ground. And we are focusing that effort on ensuring it is equipment that the Ukrainians are trained on and that they have already been using effectively in this war to fight the Russians. Go ahead.
And just to follow up on Weecha's question, you guys are adding more sanctions, saying that the sanctions are going to take time to have an impact. How much time do you guys think that these innocent Ukrainians have?
Well, I think what's important to note here is sanctions are just one component of the tools that we have at our disposal. What we are doing, and we're already seeing effectively happen, is the financial system in Russia is near the brink of collapse. I mean, they're projecting 15% inflation, a contraction of 15% in their economy. Private sector businesses are pulling out of the country. It is more and more difficult for President Putin to fund this war every single day. That has an impact. But what we're also doing is providing a historic amount of military and security assistance, which is what they've been using effectively over the last few weeks to fight this war and push back the Russians.
But do you guys assess that anything you've done so far has prevented a war crime from happening?
Well, Peter, I would say that everything we're doing to date is to support the Ukrainians in this war and in this effort. And that is something the president's proud of, we are proud of, including rallying and leading the global community in standing up against Russia.
Okay, on another topic, a lot of stories about Hunter Biden surfacing this week. So to ensure the independence of the investigation, would the president support the appointment of a special counsel?
Well, first, the president has never had a conversation with the Department of Justice about any investigations into any member of his family. He said that during the campaign, and he will continue to abide by that. So I'd point you to the Department of Justice for any additional steps they would take. They would make those decisions independently.
Is there any concern that they're not going to be necessarily seen as being able to make the decisions independently if the White House Chief of Staff is out saying that the president is confident his son did not break the law?
Well, that's something the president has said, and certainly we would echo. But in the same answer to that question, Peter, during an interview this week on ABC, Ron Klain also said the Justice Department is independent and they will make their own decisions.
And the president has said that he never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. Is that still the case?
Yes. Go ahead.
So tomorrow you're going to announce, the White House is going to announce new sanctions. The administration will do sanctions on Russia in some form. Should we view those sanctions as a response to Bucha, or how should we view those when they're announced?
Well, unfortunately, the photos, the horrific photos we've seen from Bucha are not the first violation of war crimes or atrocities that we've seen take place on the ground. So in part, yes, but they have been in the works and part of our process of putting in place consequences.
Which is to say there may be more. Should we anticipate more in terms of reaction to Bucha? This wouldn't be it in isolation.
Correct. We are continuing to assess and make decisions about additional consequences and steps we can put in place.
So given these awful videos and pictures we're seeing of the atrocities that took place in Bucha right now, is the U.S. policy still one of no regime change in Russia? And if so, why should someone like Vladimir Putin be viewed by the U.S. as someone who should be allowed to stay in power?
Well, I think our policy is no, we are not calling for regime change, and that has not been our policy and continues not to be our policy. But again, Peter, our view is that he is a war criminal, and he is somebody who should be looked at by the international system who evaluates war crimes.
I guess the question people say, then why not be the war criminal? Why should he be allowed to stay in power?
Well, our policy is not to call for regime change. We're not calling for regime change. But again, he is somebody who's committed atrocities against the people in his country. He's a pariah in the world, and every step we've taken has made that clear to the global community.
Very quickly, can you pull back the curtain on what happened upstairs when we weren't watching between the former president and the current president over lunch? Did they talk about Putin, Ukraine? Did they do a tour of the residence? What can you tell us about their time together?
You know, I haven't had a chance to download yet with the president. I did see former president briefly, but his schedule's a little lighter than the current president's these days. I do know that they had a great, expansive conversation. I haven't downloaded on the specifics of it yet. I'm not sure I'll be able to share those with all of you. They did go take a look at the Oval Office and take a walk around, and I know they enjoyed spending time together.
Just to put a finer point on some of the questions you've so far been asked, why shouldn't the images of the atrocities from Bucha compel a worldwide, unified, coalition kinetic response?
You mean a military war? Tell me more about what you mean.
Sure, a military response led by the United States and the international partners.
As in bringing military troops on the ground from the United States and NATO.
Well, the President has described outrageous things. You've called them atrocities. You've said perhaps we should brace ourselves for worse. Why not?
I think what the President's objective is, and his responsibility, is to make decisions that are in the interest of the United States and the national security of the United States and the American people. And that is not to go to war with Russia. It is to do everything in our power to hold them accountable, to support efforts through international systems to do exactly that, and to provide military assistance, security assistance, and support to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government. That's exactly what we're doing. But it is not in our interests or in the interest of the American people for us to be in a war with Russia. Go ahead.
To follow up on Phil's question on the Russian sovereign debt, does the White House have any sense of timing on when Russia might default?
I don't have an assessment of that. I will be looking forward to reading Bloomberg's assessment of that, but I don't have an assessment of that from here. It depends in part on what decisions they make.
On what decisions Russia make? Okay. And then on the Federal Reserve search, is the White House still searching for a nominee to replace Sarah Bloom Raskin? And when are you expecting to make an announcement on that nomination?
My understanding of the process is it's ongoing. I don't have an update on the timeline of when that would be concluded.
Sure, go ahead. Question on sanctions, the new ones that you're going to announce this week. Is there anything you can tell us about them? And just to follow up, if China and Brazil and India and the Middle East are not participating, how effective can they be?
Well, tomorrow what we're going to announce is what I can tell you, and it may not be fully satisfying, but let me do my best. In coordination with the G7 and the EU, an additional sweeping package of sanctions measures that will impose costs on Russia, send it further down the road of economic, financial, and technological isolation. This will include a ban on all new investment in Russia, increased sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned enterprises in Russia, and sanctions on Russian government officials and their family members. These measures will degrade key instruments of Russian state power, impose acute and immediate economic harm on Russia, and hold accountable the Russian kleptocracy that funds and supports Putin's war. So this is going to be done in coordination with others, and the steps will be targeting, as I just noted, obviously family members, Russian government officials, and other state-owned enterprises and financial institutions.
Some pretty big economies that are not participating.
Again, I think what we're doing is we're working to rally the world and taking steps to hold Russia accountable. It does not mean they're identical. It doesn't mean they'll all happen on the exact same timeline, but that is what we're continuing to work to do from here.
About the countries that are absolutely not participating in sanctions like China and Brazil and India.
I understand what you're asking. I understand what you're asking. What I'm conveying is that we are also coordinating with the G7 and the EU, which is about 50% of the global economy, which is still a significant unified entity, and holding Russia accountable. And in our conversations, obviously, we had our Deputy National Security Advisor traveled to India recently to convey the implementation of our own sanctions, and our expectation is not only that other countries will abide by, but that they will also be a constructive part of holding Russia accountable. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just have a question to see if you have any reaction to Viktor Orban's victory and what kind of message that may send to allies in Europe.
Let me check with our national security team. I'm sure we can get you a direct reaction to it.
And then I just wanted to ask on COVID, if the president is seeing any sort of having any new restrictions, or if there are any new procedures that are in place, just given there have been a number of staff at the White House who have COVID, there have been a number of reporters who have COVID, many of them were mixing this weekend at a dinner.
Which she did not attend.
She did not attend. But is there any sort of additional heightened concern just given this moment and the fact that a lot of people in town seem to be getting it?
Well, we know that BA2, which is the dominant variant, is a very transmissible variant, and so we've obviously been watching that closely, and certainly we knew that, as it has been the case in the broader population, including among the media, but also among staff, that means that there will be people who get COVID, who are fully vaccinated and have been boosted, especially in the White House, and I think with most members of the media as well. So fortunately, what we're seeing is largely mild symptoms. But what we do, the policies we do here, which we have not changed, but they are more stringent than the CDC. So just to reiterate for all of you, Our policy is that all Executive Office of the President employees surrounding the President are on a regular testing schedule to screen for COVID on campus. That is a step beyond CDC guidance. If you're going to see the President, you will be tested that day, even if you're not traveling with him, just if you're going to see him for a meeting. The President's doctor will continue to determine if additional testing is needed on any given week in light of various considerations. For example, because of the travel from a couple of weeks ago, he was tested in addition to his regular cadence after he came back. And importantly, as I noted, everyone going to a meeting with one of any of the 4 principals is obviously tested. In addition, for those employees who test positive, and I can confirm this 2 times over, they are required to isolate in alignment with CDC guidance, must test negative before returning to work. That's a step beyond what CDC recommends, and if they test negative under 10 days, they are required to wear a mask for that period of time as well. And meetings with the President are often socially distanced in many circumstances as an additional precaution, even as people are tested. So there are a range of steps. My point is, I'm sorry, that was a lot of a list, but is that we take a range of steps. We have been taking a range of steps that are meant to put an extra layer on in protecting the 4 principals, and given it is the White House.
Is there any thought to having the President take any medication prophylactically in case that he is in contact with some of COVID?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't even know what that would be, but not that I am aware of.
They're on medication.
He obviously he relies on the advice of his doctor, but not that I'm aware of. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Senators Romney and Murkowski yesterday announced their support or plans to vote to confirm Judge Jackson later this week or perhaps next week.
Hopefully this week, because they're going on recess.
Yeah, good point.
Or don't tell senators you said that.
No, that was a mix-up right there. But what is your reaction to what you heard from Senators Romney and Murkowski there? And it looks likely that she will get 3 Republican votes in support. Is the White House believe that that's a strong showing of bipartisan support for her? Or, the fact that 47 Republicans appear likely to vote against her, are you displeased with the lack of support of Republicans?
Well, I would note first that even for a number of senators who decided not to support her, and there's quite a good little video the Daily Show may or may not have done on this, all of them talked about her impeccable credentials, her qualifications, what an incredibly inspiring story she has, and how qualified she is for the job. I would say we've believed from the beginning that her record, her impeccable credentials warranted bipartisan support, and that is exactly what she is going to get in her confirmation, thanks to those individuals and one more that had previously announced their support. So we're certainly encouraged by that. We're looking forward to seeing her confirmed and, of course, celebrating her confirmation to the Supreme Court.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. The CDC director announced that she's going to be doing a review of the agency and revamp after they see what has worked and what hasn't worked. Is there something specific that the CDC has been doing wrong, or some area where it's been falling short that's prompted this need to have such an intense review right now?
Sure. Well, let me first say this is a CDC-driven decision, and they'd have more specifics. But what I would say is that if you look back to the last year plus, never in its 75-year history has the CDC had to make decisions so quickly based on limited real-time and evolving science. And yesterday what the CDC director did is rightfully announced plans to initiate a review of the agency with the objective of strengthening, transforming, and modernizing CDC systems and processes around developing and deploying its science. I mean, look at what they've done over the last year. Does it mean everything has been perfect? They would say no. You have to look at how it's done, assess that, and take a look at how you're going to improve things, anything you need to moving forward. It's not uncommon for a CDC director to take a careful look at the agency and assess if it's positioned to meet current public health needs and recommend improvements to systems, processes, and structures. And while this is something that is being done independent of the White House, we certainly support all government working to improve systems and make things better.
It's independent, and you said it was a CDC-driven decision, so this call for the review did not come from the White House?
No, it was CDC-driven, and one, and certainly one we support, but the process process will be led by the CDC. Go ahead.
Jen, Senate Republicans are calling for an amendment on Title 42 to be attached to the COVID relief funding bill. I just wanted to get the White House reaction to that, but then also what kind of effects are you guys worried about if this funding measure gets delayed or doesn't pass?
Well, I think my colleague, I don't know, he seems senior to me, Jeff Zients said this. What he said in response to this question is that decisions on Title 42 should remain independent of the urgently needed funding for COVID aid. I mean, this is a decision made by the CDC. It's a public health decision. It's not one that should be wrapped up, of course, in politics. And the decisions made by the CDC is where it should belong as it relates to Title. Title 42. I would note on your earlier question, the impact of not getting this aid would be significant. Right now, these additional resources are urgently needed for our domestic response, including, just to give you a sense of some examples of how it would be used, booster shots for the general population, monoclonal antibodies and Evusheld for the immunocompromised, maintaining our testing capacity. These are all components that are vital to our continued fight against the pandemic. And these are efforts that shouldn't be political. They shouldn't be controversial. We're all, certainly COVID-19 doesn't look at your party affiliation before it decides to inflict you with the virus. And so they're vital. We need this funding, and we'll have to stop, as I've noted in here before, a number of these important programs if we don't get the funding. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. I'm trying to understand how you see this horrible news coming out of Ukraine with these massacres. I'd like to understand, do you see it as something fundamentally like a game changer, or is it just another incremental awfulness in a thing that's been going on for well over a month? And if it is something fundamentally different, these people with their hands tied and thrown into pits and cellars and whatever, does that mean that we can expect to be hearing a fundamentally different response? Because that's also incremental.
Well, I would say first that there's nothing normal, there's nothing acceptable, there's nothing that shouldn't shake people to their core about the photos they're seeing of what is happening on the ground, or what has happened, I should say, on the ground. And what the president has said and been unquestionable about is that these are war crimes, a violation of the law of war. And his view, and I talked to him about this as recently as this morning, is that we need to put down a marker for history. That's why he has been so outspoken about this and make clear that accountability is critically important when you see the horror that we're seeing on the ground, the targeting of hospitals, of civilians, of, as you noted, the binding and killing of innocent people in Bucha, that where we're seeing the photos. We have also already seen evidence of war crimes before these photos, and a lot of the measures that we're putting in place, whether it is supporting international efforts to work towards gathering data and information through a range of mechanisms, or it is continuing to provide additional security assistance or humanitarian assistance, are in response to the atrocities and the horrors we're seeing on the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about El Salvador, about the state of exception that has been imposed in El Salvador. This state suspends constitutional guarantees such as the right to assemble and also basic procedural rights for the Salvadoran people. Is the U.S. concerned about the impact of this measure?
So I would say, can you ask your question one more time? I wanted to make sure I had the right information.
Of course. Yeah,
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's about the state of exception that was imposed in El Salvador, which suspends constitutional guarantees such as the right to assemble and also basic procedural rights for the Salvadoran people. Wanted to see if the U.S. is concerned about this.
Let me check with our national security team and get more details for you, and we will get you a more comprehensive comment after the briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a few for you. Start with the Supreme Court vote that took place yesterday. Is the president disappointed in particular that Senator Lindsey Graham, who had voted for Judge Jackson before, opted to vote against her yesterday?
The president is looking forward to Judge Jackson getting confirmed, and I would say, as I said, echo what I said yesterday, which is this is a question best posed to Senator Lindsey Graham. What exactly has changed since he voted to support her just recently, relatively recently? She has the exact same credentials, exact same qualifications. So no, I wouldn't say the president's spending a lot of time thinking about it, but I would say it's a good question to pose to Senator Graham.
Topic. I won't get into all of the president's polling, but I did want to ask you if you see the expected confirmation of Judge Jackson as a turning point in his presidency.
I would say, without getting into the politics of it, the president committed to nominate a African-American woman to serve on the Supreme Court if there was an opening. We are on the verge of that woman getting confirmed to the Supreme Court. This is a moment, even with everything going on in the world, to celebrate history, to celebrate this incredible woman who has impeccable credentials, who is about to serve on the Supreme Court. And so certainly we're going to take a moment to appreciate that and value that. And I think a lot of people in this country will too. I can't make a prediction on what that will mean for polls, and it's really not about that for us.
Jen, President Obama, former President Obama, did seem to get into the politics of it today when he was talking about his own re-election battle and seemed to be delivering somewhat of a pep talk for Democrats facing potentially tough re-election battles in the midterms this year. Is that a message that the White House wanted him to come here and deliver today?
Well, having worked for the former president for some time and the newer president for some time as well, here's what I heard him talking about. The fact that in Washington, when you're pushing for getting the right thing done, and he was talking about the Affordable Care Act, it means sometimes overcoming skepticism, Republican obstruction, even division within your own party, political challenges, countless headlines saying your agenda is dead, and still fighting to get it done. Sounds pretty similar to what we're working on today. That's not about the midterms. That's about why you're in government and making government work for people, and why it's important to continue to do, even when everybody says it's not possible. And that was the message I think he was delivering today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions on Ukraine. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said last week that he does not want President Putin to attend the G20 meetings, and he has reached out to Indonesian President Joko Widodo, who is the host of this year's meetings. So does President Biden have plans to also do the same, to reach out personally to the Indonesian president? And can you just share anything on the diplomatic front in terms of trying to get Russia out of the G20 meetings or get Ukraine in as an observer?
Sure. I don't have any update on that. I'm happy to see if we have any update from our front.
And then just a follow-up on a different note on Ukraine. China today urged the UN Security Council to verify and not to resort to unfounded conclusions on Bucha. And meanwhile, Chinese media is also repeating Russia's narrative that what's happened in Bucha is fake news. Can we get a White House reaction on that?
I would just say if you're repeating the propaganda of the Russian government and President Putin, you're on the wrong side of history.
Thank you, Jen. Last week, a senior Treasury official briefed that the sanctions on Russia were originally intended to deter, but now the point of the sanctions is intended to debilitate and impair the war effort. Can you elaborate any change in messaging around the sanctions and their intended purpose and how that's changed?
Sure. Well, look, I think the way we always saw it from the beginning is that the threat of sanctions, your hope is that there is a deterrence effect. That has been played out in history, that there has been a deterrence effect at times. That is not a sure thing or 100%. But if it reduces or if it makes a leader potentially think about what horrific actions they're going to take, then they're worth that threat of sanctions. Never has it been the case that the putting sanctions in place is effective deterrent. The threat of them has been an effective deterrent. Obviously, the war has commenced, right? And sanctions have always had the purpose of putting in place consequences. So right now, those consequences also include making it very difficult for President Putin to fund the war, which, as you know, includes steps like the step taken by the Department of Treasury yesterday, where they're going to be forced, because they don't have unlimited resources, to make choices about how they're going to spend the resources they have.
How would you describe these latest rounds of sanctions? Because the administration was very clear in the beginning that if the invasion happened, that it would bring forth everything but the kitchen sink. So the sanctions that we're seeing rolled out now, how would you describe them? Are they simply incremental at this point?
Well, they've all been building on each other. The Russian economy is on the brink of collapse. The inflation is skyrocketing at 15%. The detraction or the constriction of the economy there is also projecting to decrease by 15%. Private sector businesses are not investing in Russia, and President Putin is a pariah. This has all been the result of a coordinated global effort to put in place economic and financial consequences that are having an incredible effect. In addition, we have made it much more difficult because of export controls and other limitations on the type of materials that President Putin and the Russians can purchase to build the technological systems and capacities to fight wars in addition to funding wars. And those are all components that have been the result of the efforts to date. Go ahead.
And I wanted to ask about your long COVID announcement earlier today. The criticism that's come from lawmakers has been that it's going to take a long time to collect data and studies on long COVID. Can you talk about how this memo helps people that are living with that now?
I think this is an effort to acknowledge that this is something that many people in this country are suffering from and dealing with. And unfortunately, science moves at the pace of science, and it is acknowledgement of that and a commitment by the U.S. government to take steps to look at it more closely and see what more we can do to help address it and help people who have been suffering. Go ahead.
I also wanted to ask about refugees. I had asked yesterday about the 100,000 number. You were talking about how the administration's response has been geared toward refugees staying in nearby countries. Can you talk about, though, how you got to that 100,000 number? Does that have anything to do with the capacity of the U.S. government to take in people that are...
It's not exactly what I said yesterday, but what I said was there is an ongoing policy process that hopefully will be concluded soon, and we'll have more to share with all of you soon about the prioritization and how the process will work for these Ukrainian refugees who will be eligible. In terms of the number, this is an effort by the President and the United States to welcome through an expedited process and a different process that we'll have more details on soon, Ukrainian refugees into the United States, even as we know factually that the vast majority of them will want to and have expressed an interest in staying in countries nearby. So it is just an effort to make clear our willingness and openness to doing that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you guys give us a sense of how President Biden will mark Judge Jackson's confirmation later this week?
I expect we'll have more details in the coming 24 to 48 hours on that, but I don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
There's momentum in the European Union to ban all natural gas coming from Europe. They're not taking that step, but there's momentum. The European Commission is changing regulations to accelerate approvals for their natural gas infrastructure. In the announcement in Brussels, the U.S. said they're going to keep the regulatory framework. So how is the U.S. going to continually support enough natural gas should Europe cut off the Russian flow in order to long-term handle to help our European neighbors?
Well, there are steps we've already taken in preparation that we will build on, and we will continue to explore ways to ensure that European countries are not as reliant as they have been on Russia for natural gas and for a range of energy resources. One of the steps we've taken successfully, which we will continue to build on, is to tap into countries in Asia who have excess LNG capacity to provide that to Europe. That is something we've already done to date, and we will continue to explore. We've been working on this for months in anticipation of a potential shortage or potential needs in Europe.
How about infrastructure projects in the U.S., though, to expand them, facilitate them, go forward?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, I mean, Senator Capito.
To increase capacity, LNG capacity?
Yes.
I can check with our team and see if there's anything to preview on that anymore. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, there was a recent poll that showed more people think jobs were lost in the last year than think jobs were gained. Why is that, and is there anything that you can do to change that perception?
Well, I saw that poll, or saw that data. What I can tell you, what we can do from here is share the facts. And I know all of you are working to share facts as well, even as you ask us tough questions and hold us accountable and to account as well. We know the fact is that the president created more jobs last year than any year in American history. That is a very simple fact that I probably cannot say enough from here, and our allies and partners cannot say enough out there in the country, and we will just have to continue to work at it.
Why is the belief out there, though?
I can't make a clear assessment of that, George. You know, I know that obviously people across the country, we know, and we see this in data and polling, are still feeling the impact of COVID. Their lives are not entirely back to normal. They're seeing some, restrictions to their daily living, which is frustrating. Obviously, the impact of the cost of items, whether it's the price of gas, that has a range of factors that have led to it, specifically the invasion of Ukraine most recently. Those impact how people feel. We see that in consumer confidence. So I can't assess what is in the brain of every American, but I can tell you what the facts are and tell you that we also recognize that there are areas, including bringing down costs, we'll continue to work at it. Ebony, go ahead.
Thank you. Two quick questions. One, the president's talking about Congress passing more money for COVID relief, but what's the president's reaction to more cities taking COVID relief money and putting it towards policing in excessive amounts, specifically even like in DeKalb County, county where $500,000 was spent on aerial drones. I mean, is the president thinking that's a bit of an abuse of funds? Is he okay with that kind of spending?
I haven't seen that report. I'd have to look into that specifically more. I mean, there's state and local funding that has gone out through the American Rescue Plan where there is flexibility in there, including to support state and local governments. I don't know if that is what it is being used for, but I'm happy to check into the more specific reports.
Yep. My last question. I wanted to ask this a couple of weeks ago, but I wanted to go back to Haiti very quickly to get the president's response. Patrol agents that were seen whipping Haitian migrants were not charged and held accountable for actions. Even the president early on talked about how it was outrageous. What's his reaction to that response and to those who saw this horrific video go viral and then at the end of the day, nothing happens, there's no accountability?
Well, there was an investigation by the Department of Homeland Security, so I'd have you point you to them for any further comment on it. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2 weeks ago, the president warned the American people and owners and operators of critical infrastructure that Russian cyber attacks were, quote, coming. And he urged those owners and operators to harden their cyber defenses. Is there any update or intelligence update that you can give to the American people and critical infrastructure operators about this pretty urgent warning that came recently?
Well, I don't have any additional intelligence to update you on from here, but the reason we did that at the time is because there are steps we can take from the federal government, but there is also steps that private sector companies can and need to take in order to protect themselves. Those don't typically happen overnight, so we wanted to ensure they understood that these threats are real, that it was urgent that they take these steps, but I don't have anything in addition to predict about next steps or intelligence.
Any work that officials have done with these owners and operators that you can talk about?
There is ongoing work that our cyber team has been doing from the beginning of the administration, working closely with the private sector. That's been a huge priority for the president, the recognition that it needs to be a partnership. And one of the reasons we go out publicly as we do is because even as and that was actually on the heels of when Ann Neuberger came here, it was on the heels of a briefing she had done with larger institutions to talk about this. We also recognize, though, that cyber attacks can impact smaller institutions, medium-sized institutions, and institutions that need to know that there are easy steps they can take to two-factor authentication, passwords, not clicking on mysterious links that can also help protect themselves. So that's why we went out publicly to spread the message broadly. Thank you so much.
Per day, a decrease nationally of about 4% over the previous week, and remains relatively stable over the past few weeks. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 1,400 per day, a decrease of about 17% over the previous week. And the 7-day average daily deaths are about 570 per day, which is a decrease of nearly 16% over the prior week. New national estimates released today show the Omicron sublineage BA2, indicated by light pink in this US map by HHS regions, is now projected to account for 72% of circulating variants nationally, with all regions of the country reporting that BA2 is now the dominant variant. As we've previously shared about the BA2 variant, there is no evidence that BA2 results in more severe disease compared with the BA1 variant, nor does it appear to be more likely to evade immune protection than BA1. But BA2 does appear to be more transmissible than BA1. The high level of immunity in the population from vaccines, boosters, and previous infection will provide some level of protection against BA2. However, we strongly encourage everyone to be up to date on their COVID-19 vaccines. Looking across the country, we see that 95% of counties are reporting low COVID-19 community levels, which represents over 97% of the US population. If we look more closely at the local level, we find a handful of counties where we are seeing increases in both cases and markers of more severe disease, like hospitalizations and inpatient bed capacity, which have resulted in an increased COVID-19 community level in some areas. While on the national level, cases remain relatively low compared to prior points in the pandemic, we continue to look to COVID-19 community levels, which were developed to work locally at the county level. As we move forward, we encourage local jurisdictions to closely monitor their own COVID-19 community levels and to follow additional metrics that they may have available as leading indicators of disease, for example, wastewater and syndromic surveillance. It's important for communities and health officials to use these measures to help inform prevention strategies for their local area, like masking, testing, and plans for treatment, should they move into higher COVID-19 community levels. Now, as we continue to closely monitor COVID-19 in the United States, we're reminded of the critical need to have a sustainable and resilient public health workforce in place that can effectively respond to both emerging threats and ongoing public health needs. During the decade prior to COVID-19, the public health workforce lost an estimated 60,000 jobs nationwide, despite the continued demands to respond to multiple chronic public health threats, like H1N1, Zika, and Ebola. As we look to building back this much needed workforce, we must prioritize a public health workforce that is as diverse as the communities they serve, culturally competent and equipped with skills to meet the public health needs of communities across the nation. One way we're working to build this workforce is through Public Health AmeriCorps, a groundbreaking initiative that supports the recruitment, training, and development of our nation's next generation of public health leaders. Public Health AmeriCorps is supported through investments from the American Rescue Plan and is anticipated to fund up to 5,000 positions over the next 5 years. This week, AmeriCorps will award over 80 grants to the first round of Public Health AmeriCorps programs across 32 states and territories that will allow the recruitment of nearly 3,000 Public Health AmeriCorps members. The work of these initial members will help to address public health needs in our nation's inner cities, to build tribal public health capacity, to address health disparities in rural America, and to bolster public health resources in our U.S. territories. Recruitment, training, and development of public health personnel is a key part of building our nation's public health workforce, allowing us to better respond to current and future public health threats. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I would like to now discuss the COVID-19 boosters, particularly in the context of the fourth dose of an mRNA boost. Let's take a very quick update and overview of the situation that we're in right now. So several studies have shown that COVID-19 vaccine booster shots protect against serious illness, hospitalizations, and even death. That's a well-established fact now. And the CDC recommends everyone aged 12 and older to receive a COVID-19 vaccine booster after completing their primary vaccination series. And certain individuals can now receive 2 booster doses, people who are moderately or severely immune compromised, as well as adults 50 years of age or older. Next slide. And as we know, on March 29th, the FDA authorized second booster doses of 2 COVID-19 vaccines for older and immunocompromised individuals. And the CDC recommend that same day that additional boosters can now be used for certain individuals. Let's take a look at the data behind those decisions. So the first booster doses restore the waning vaccine effectiveness of a primary vaccine series, including against severe disease. The effectiveness of the first booster dose, we know, wanes over time. And growing evidence indicates that a second COVID-19 dose can restore vaccine effectiveness for certain populations, and albeit the data now, at least for the short term, and we look forward to longer term data. Next slide. So let's take a look at some of the Israeli studies. There are a few of them that are really quite telling. One from Bar-On, looking at more than 1 million people who are age 60 or older and eligible for the 4th dose. And in that study, an additional booster dose of the Pfizer product at 4 months resulted in a 2-fold lower rate of confirmed infection and a 4.3-fold lower rate of severe illness. In another study, next slide, again from Israel by Arbel, about 500,000 members of a health services group, again, age 60 years of age or older, and now during an Omicron surge, individuals who received a second booster dose of the Pfizer product at 4 months had a 78% reduction in death compared to those who received only the first boost. And on the next slide, this is rather dramatically shown by this Kaplan-Meier shot, where you see here in the pink-red the first booster, namely a 3rd dose, and then in the lighter blue color, you look at the mortality rate of individuals who received the second booster or the 4th dose. Next slide. And yet again, in another study by Gazet, in almost 100,000 people at a different healthcare service, when you looked at the 4th dose and compared it to the 3rd dose, there was an 86% vaccine effectiveness against severe disease. Next slide. Now, what we're doing at the NIH, looking forward about 4th doses that might be available for people in the longer range, we want to do better than just what we have. So there's now a new study that we just recently launched called COVAL. And what we'll be doing is assessing different 4th doses that are either ancestral strain or variant specific in the first phase of the study. In the second phase of the study, we're planning on looking at different vaccine platforms for the purpose of getting a great durability than we currently have. Next slide. And let me close by again just bringing to the attention of the audience covid.gov, where we can get one-stop shopping of all the information that you'll need to help you navigate decisions about vaccines and about testings. With that, I'll hand it over now to Secretary Becerra.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. When it comes to COVID, we have more tools than ever before to stay safe, from vaccines and boosters to treatments and tests, all widely available at no cost to the American people, thanks to our national COVID response over the past year. But we also know that many people continue to feel the physical and the mental burden of this pandemic. We have to ensure that people with disabilities, older Americans, and people who are immunocompromised aren't left behind, and that they continue to have the tools and resources that they need to stay safe. Just yesterday, we expanded coverage of free over-the-counter COVID tests to the tens of millions of Medicare beneficiaries. People with Medicare now have access each month to up to 8 easy-to-use at-home COVID-19 tests at no cost. This is all part of our overall strategy to ensure access to tests free of charge. In the past year, We have more than tripled the number of sites where people can get COVID-19 tests for free and delivered close to 250 million free at-home rapid tests to Americans who have ordered them. President Biden has been clear. We must ensure that no one is left behind as we work to move forward in the fight against COVID-19. That also means taking on big and complex physical and mental health challenges caused by COVID. Americans of every age and background are experiencing long COVID. Americans have experienced the loss of a loved one due to COVID, including over 200,000 children who've lost a parent or caregiver. And Americans nationwide are grappling with mental health and substance use challenges caused by or exacerbated by the pandemic. Let's be clear, we are going to use every tool we have to be there for these Americans. We've made significant investments in mental health care, as well as substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery support. That is especially important for people dealing with COVID and COVID-related loss. We've launched efforts across the NIH, the CDC, and the Veterans Administration, including the landmark $1.1 billion Recover Initiative, to better understand long COVID and accelerate scientific progress. And we are providing Americans experiencing long COVID information about where they can access the resources and support they need, as well as help them understand if they have a disability and educating them on their rights. Long COVID is real, and there is still so much we don't know about it. Millions of Americans may be struggling with lingering health effects, ranging from things that are easier to notice, like trouble breathing or irregular heartbeats, to less apparent but potentially serious conditions related to the brain or mental health. At the President's direction, the Department of Health and Human Services will be leading a government-wide response to long COVID, focused on three main goals: improving care, services, and other support for individuals with long COVID, enhancing education and outreach among the public, private sector, and the medical community, and advancing research to support both goals. And of course, we'll collaborate with academic, industry, and state and local partners to better understand long COVID. Through it all, we'll continue to assess and highlight the long-term effects of COVID-19 on our hardest hit and highest risk communities, and make sure they receive the support they need. To do this, we're launching the first ever interagency national research agenda on long COVID, a national research action plan. HHS will lead a government-wide interagency coordinating council, which will involve experts from the Department of Defense, Veterans Administration, the Labor Department, and many entities across government to coordinate both public and private sector work to advance our understanding of long COVID and to accelerate efforts to prevent, detect, and treat it. In real time, we will share lessons on how to prevent, detect, and treat long COVID. And this coordinated effort will help ensure our research is being directed toward the people who need care the most. We continue to focus on improving care. If we receive additional financial support for it from Congress, we will launch new centers of excellence in communities across the country to provide high-quality care to individuals experiencing long COVID and to get best practices out there to physicians across the country. We're determined as a nation, as the President has said, to not leave anyone behind. And that includes our loved ones suffering from long COVID and related conditions. We see you, we are focused on you, and we are committed to advancing our nation's capacity to understand and treat your conditions. And I'll end with this. We know the best way to prevent long COVID is to prevent you from getting COVID in the first place. That's why it's so critical to get vaccinated and boosted, which is our best tools that we have to prevent COVID-19. So I continue to encourage everyone eligible to get vaccinated and boosted to go do it so we can all move forward safely together. Thanks. Back to you, Jeff.
Well, thanks, Secretary. With that, Kevin, let's open it up for some questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. We only have time for a few questions today. Let's go to Sabrina Siddiqui at Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, as always, for doing the briefing. I want to ask about COVID funding. Republicans are trying to insert an amendment into the COVID deal to reinstate Title 42. There are even some Democrats, such as Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, who've said that they're open to considering such an amendment. Is the administration concerned that the decision to lift Title 42 could now threaten COVID funding?
Thanks for the question. Look, Title 42 is a public health authority, and therefore it's always been a decision made by the scientists and public health experts at the CDC. And it's based on the public health conditions, and it should remain independent of the urgently needed funding that we talked about today to sustain our COVID response here domestically and our global response. So this should not be included on any funding bill. The decision should be made by CDC, which it has been, and that's where it belongs. Next question, please.
Go to Aaron Billups at Spectrum News.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question for Dr. Walensky and Secretary Becerra. Just wondering, with this increased focus on long COVID, if type 2 diabetes is being considered a part of the long COVID problem. There was a new study published in The Lancet last month that finds a link between COVID infections and an increased risk of being diagnosed with diabetes. And experts I've spoken to say there's an urgent need to aggressively screen the U.S. population for diabetes and get more people into diabetes management programs. Are you looking for funding for that as well? Have there been any discussions about that?
Dr. Walensky, why don't you go first here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. First, let me say the science is definitely starting to demonstrate this link between people who previously had COVID and increasing rates of new diabetes diagnoses. Certainly, public health infrastructure will assist in not only screening for diabetes, but also for nutrition and diabetes care. And I think as we consider the menu of many things that could be incorporated into post-COVID conditions, diabetes certainly should be one of those conditions considered.
Secretary Becerra?
And I'll simply add, based on what Dr. Walensky has said and our scientists are telling us, we need to work as aggressively as we can to make sure that no American is left behind. So that means that if we need more funding to address long COVID, we're going to fight to get that from Congress, because we understand that COVID is having effects long after the actual virus has escaped us.
Next question, please.
Go to Tamara Keith at NPR.
Thank you for taking my question. By my very rudimentary math, you're getting about 60% of the money that you asked for domestic COVID programs. So what takes the hit? What do you do with only 60% of the money? Additionally, is there any thought of changing the requirements of testing for international travel and masks on planes, if we could get an update on that?
Okay, on your second question, no, there are no plans to change the international travel requirements at this point. We asked, your math's good math here, we asked for $22.5 billion, and Congress is working to pass $10 billion, only a fraction of the immediate need. And that immediate need is immediate. It's for vaccines, therapeutics, and tests. The $10 billion for domestic efforts funds some of these urgent needs, but we still need additional funding for both our domestic effort and our global efforts where there's no additional funding in the $10 billion. So every dollar we requested is critical to both our domestic and global response. HHS, under the Secretary, will work through how to best deploy these very limited resources to satisfy the most urgent of the urgent needs. We need Congress to pass the $10 billion and then get immediately back to work to get more money for domestic and get money for our global response. Next question, please.
Go to Zeke Miller at AP.
Thanks. Two questions. First, with the lack of the COVID funding for international vaccine sharing, what impact will that have on the U.S. capacity to share in terms of the number of doses and meeting its international commitments through the end of the year? And then for the doctors, do you have any update on plans and timeline for pediatric vaccines for kids under 5? Thank you.
So I'll go first on the impact on not having any funding, additional funding at this point for the global response. Look, the lack of global funding has real implications on our efforts to vaccinate the world. Without the additional global funding, USAID does not have the resources it needs to help countries get more shots in arms. We'll be forced to scale back the work that we do to provide oxygen and other life-saving supplies to countries that need them. Our global genomic sequencing capabilities will fall off, and that undermines our ability to detect emerging variants beyond our borders. And speaking of borders, as I've said, the virus knows no borders, and it's our national interest to vaccinate the world and protect against any possible future variants. So it's a real disappointment to not have any global funding in this bill. It has real implications. We need funding as quickly as possible. Congress needs to act with urgency to fund our global response so that we can accelerate our efforts to turn vaccines. We do have vaccine supply. We need to turn those vaccines into vaccinations around the world. Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, with regard to the vaccines for children, I believe you're referring to where are we with the 6 months to 5 year vaccine approval or emergency use authorization. As you well know, 2 companies have submitted or are submitting data to the FDA regarding children of various ages, including within that cohort of 6 months up to 5 years. The data are being analyzed right now, and we're very sensitive to the fact that many parents out there are waiting for a decision on this. And the message we have to them is that we want to make sure that when you're dealing with vaccines for anyone, particularly for children, that we get the data, we look at the data. And when I say we, I'm talking first the FDA for the authorization and then the CDC for the recommendation, so that we know that they're safe. And thus far, there appears to be no safety signal whatsoever that would get anyone worried. And the question is, what is the right dose and the dose regimen? And that would likely be different for the 2 companies that are now involved in putting their data in. So we ask people to please be patient, because when a decision is being made, you can be sure that it's a decision based on the good science that's being collected and analyzed by the agencies involved. Thank you.
Kevin, next question.
Couple more questions. Let's go to Sharon Lafreniere at New York Times.
Thank you very much. This is a question for Dr. Walensky, please. So last week you said that the option of a second booster was especially important for those 65 and up and 50 and up with underlying medical conditions. So does especially important mean that you recommend it or you encourage it for those population groups, and you do not recommend it or encourage it for, say, healthy people 50 to 65? And if it doesn't mean that, can you give people some clearer sense of how they should decide whether to get the second booster, since many people don't have doctors to consult with?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we have made the fourth shot, the second booster, available to everyone over the age of 50 because everybody does have individual, risk assessment as to how they're approaching this vaccine. But we really would encourage people who are over 50 who have underlying medical conditions, those over the age of 65, to go ahead and get that next shot, and also to recognize that they may very well need another shot come the fall, and that'll be the subject of an FDA meeting discussion tomorrow.
Kevin, last question.
Let's go to Josh Wingrove at Bloomberg.
Thank you very much. Can you talk a little bit more about the announcement on the pediatric vaccines? Are you able to provide a number? And is the fact that they're essentially sort of subbing in for adult vaccines, we've seen Jen Psaki speak to this, but also COVAX, that demand is waning in developing countries for the adult vaccines. Is that the reason why you're essentially swapping, or is it more a case of you wanting to hold back a little bit more adult vaccine just in case we need more widely forced shots in the U.S. and just in case Congress doesn't deliver more funding? Thank you.
Yeah. So Josh, good questions. I mean, these donations are part of the billion Pfizer doses that we previously secured. So this is international supply. This has nothing to do with our domestic supply, where we do have enough vaccine supply for the booster doses, the fourth doses that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky just talked about that have been recently authorized, both for immunocompromised people and for people over 50. On the domestic front, we do not have sufficient supply if the science dictates that all Americans get boosted sometime later in the year, or if we were to need a vaccine-specific variant-specific vaccine, a different formulation than what we have today. We do not have the funding for that. So on the pediatric international, there are plenty of doses available for adults, which gives us the opportunity to provide 100 million or more doses of Pfizer's vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds to donate in the upcoming months. As I mentioned, 20 countries have already asked, including Pakistan and Vietnam, have made requests to vaccinate their children, and they get vaccines to do so. None of this will undermine the position that we have right now, which is that we have plenty of supply in the U.S. to send abroad and other countries around the world to do the same, to make sure that we have plenty of vaccines for adults across the world. So we are now able to help lead the world in vaccinating both adults and children in those countries that are in need. So before we close, this is likely my last briefing. And I just want to say it's been the honor of a lifetime to serve in this role. As we enter this new moment in the pandemic, I can't think of a better person to hand the baton to than Dr. Jha. I want to thank the Secretary, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Walensky, for your partnership and continued leadership.
support to Ukraine, including anti-tank weapons, air defense systems, and other equipment. Allies have also increased humanitarian assistance and financial aid. NATO will also look to provide cybersecurity assistance and equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical and biological threats. I expect we will also decide to do more for NATO's other partners, which are vulnerable to Russian threats and interference, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. By stepping up our political and practical support, we can help our partners strengthen their resilience and prevent any future aggression. On Thursday, we will be joined by Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. He will update us on the latest developments, including Kiev's negotiations with Moscow. Finland, Sweden, Georgia, and the European Union will be at the table, and we will be joined by NATO's Asia-Pacific partners, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea. Because this crisis has global implications, which concerns us all. We see that China has been unwilling to condemn Russia's aggression and has joined Moscow in questioning the right of nations to choose their own path. At a time where authoritarian powers are pushing back on the rules-based international order, it is even more important for democracies to stand together and protect our values. So I expect we will agree to deepen NATO's cooperation with our Asia-Pacific partners, including in areas such as arms control, cyber, hybrid, and technology. Working more closely together will make us all safer and more secure. Allies will also discuss our work to develop NATO's next strategic concept in time for the Madrid summit in June. It will guide the alliance as we adapt to a new security reality. It will address the implications of Russia's aggressive actions and our future relationship with Moscow. For the first time, it will also need to take account of China's growing influence and coercive policies on the global stage, which pose a systemic challenge to our security and to our democracies. Our next strategic concept must also consider climate change, terrorism, and emerging and disruptive technologies. At our summit last year, we agreed to establish a €1 billion NATO Innovation Fund and Defence Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic Diana. This week, ministers will endorse the Charter of Diana, setting up how it will work. It will include a network of nearly 60 innovation sites in Europe and North America, enabling NATO to develop and test new capabilities for our defense. Altogether, the initial footprint will cover 20 NATO nations, representing a true transatlantic endeavor, and we expect it will continue to expand in the future. Diana will work with academia and the private sector, including startups and entrepreneurs, so that allies, regardless of their size or their location, can harness the best of new technology and keep our people safe. Our meeting this week is an important milestone as we continue to adapt our lines for the future. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with the National News Agency of Ukraine. Gentleman in the second row.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, by the mass killings and atrocities in the Ukrainian cities, Russian troops absolutely clearly demonstrated what does it mean, Russian policy of denazification, so-called. But my question is not about the NATO stance about that. Is there any hope that NATO allies we will at least understand that there is some kind of real Nazi regime arising in Russia. And the second part of the question is what NATO really can do to prevent the tragedy of a scale as we've seen during the Second World War. Thanks.
What we now see is a brutality, is a scale and a scope of war that we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. And this is extremely serious. It's horrific, and of course it causes suffering for the Ukrainian people. But it's also dangerous for all of us. And we see the nature of President Putin's war, his lack of respect for the rule of law, for international rules, and also his lack of respect for basic human rights, including the right to life, for all those who are killed in this conflict. And this is the most serious security challenge we have faced since the Second World War, and it has triggered a very comprehensive and strong response from the whole NATO alliance. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine, and we have provided support to Ukraine for many years. NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops, many of whom are now on the front line fighting against the Russian invaders. NATO allies have equipped Ukrainian military for many years, and after the invasion, allies stepped up and provided even more support. We see the effect of this support every day on the battlefield, because it is first and foremost the bravery, the courage of the Ukrainian soldiers, but of course the help and the equipment they have received from NATO allies have enabled them to put up much more resistance, to fight back in a much more effective way that the Russians expected. They totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces, and NATO allies have indicated they will further support Ukraine, not least in light of the atrocities we have seen in Bucha and other places in Ukraine. So allies are providing support. Allies will continue to provide support because it is absolutely unacceptable what we see President Putin is doing against a sovereign, independent and democratic nation in Europe.
We had CNN, first row.
Thank you very much. Nick Robertson from CNN. President Zelenskyy has said that he will not accept a peace unless all Russian troops leave Ukraine pre-February 23rd lines. Can NATO accept a peace that leaves Russian troops in Ukraine beyond their February 23rd positions?
NATO's task is to provide support to Ukraine, and we do so with modern military equipment, financial military support, and also humanitarian support. Then it is for the Ukrainian government and for President Zelenskyy and the people of Ukraine to decide what kind of peace arrangements they can accept. We know that there is a very close link between what they can achieve at the negotiating table and their strength on the battlefield. So the stronger we are able to make them on the battlefield, the more support, the more strength we can provide to the Ukrainian armed forces, the better results they can achieve at the negotiating table. So it's not for me to give advice, but it's for me and NATO allies to provide them support, and then at the end of the day for the Ukrainian authorities, for the Ukrainian president and for the Ukrainian people to decide what kind of agreements they can accept. We will never recognize illegally occupied territories. So NATO allies have not recognized illegally annexed Crimea, and we will never recognize illegally occupied territories.
Al Jazeera.
Hi, I'm Steadfast from Al Jazeera English. What we've seen in Bucha is basically we can't conclude anything else than that despite the fact that NATO has been supporting Ukraine, Ukraine has insisted from the beginning it wasn't enough. we can only conclude that the world and NATO has been watching while these atrocities have been happening in Bucha. Can we now conclude that NATO is ending up at the wrong side of history? That's my first question. And the second one is, you say we are increasing our efforts in Ukraine. How are you gonna prevent that another Bucha will happen in the future, in the next coming weeks, when the offensive is gonna increase? Thank you.
This is President Putin's war. He is responsible. He has made this war by his own choice. And he is responsible for the atrocities, for the casualties, for the whole effects of the war, which we are seeing every day taking place on the ground in Ukraine. Then our responsibility is to support the Ukrainians. And we have done that for many years. The training, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014 has helped them. So they are in a total different position now than Ukraine was back in 2014 when Russia invaded for the first time. The Ukrainian armed forces are bigger, better equipped, better trained, better led today than in 2014, not least because of support that NATO allies have provided for more than 8 years. We need to continue to put unprecedented pressure on President Putin. And that's the reason why we are on the right side of history, because we are standing up for our values. We are imposing unprecedented economic costs on Russia, and we have stepped up and have made it clear and expect the allies when they meet here tomorrow and the day of tomorrow to make clear that they will continue to further support Ukraine with more advanced equipment and military support. But NATO has also another responsibility, and that is to prevent this conflict from escalating beyond Ukraine. Because the suffering we see in Ukraine is horrific. But if this turns into be a full-fledged war between a nuclear power, Russia, and NATO, then we will see even more suffering, even more death, even more destruction. And that's the reason why NATO has to make some hard and difficult decisions to provide support, but to do that in a way that doesn't escalate this conflict into a war that will really be a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia and nuclear power. And that's a reality we all have to face.
NCR,
could you tell me what NATO's assessment is realistically of Russia's capacity to actually launch a chemical or biological or radiological attack? Because you keep warning them against it, and I understand some of this is classified, but there are also experts who say that Russia doesn't have this capacity and that it's fear-mongering to keep talking about the fact that they may launch an attack. So does the alliance believe that Russia really could do this in a way that would affect NATO countries? Thanks.
I'll be careful speculating, but what I would like to say is that it was actually Russia who started to speak about these types of weapons, because they have accused us, Ukraine, the United States, NATO allies, for preparing the use of biological and chemical weapons. And this is absolutely false. It's not has nothing to do with truth whatsoever. And then it has been necessary for us to push back and say that no, NATO and NATO allies are in no way supporting Ukraine in any way for any use of chemical weapons. That is our message. Then we have added 2 more points, and that is that we know that Russia has used chemical agents before. They have used it against their own opposition. They have used it in Salisbury, and we have seen that Russia has used chemical weapons and agents before. We've also seen that they have supported the Assad regime in Russia, in Syria, where chemical weapons have been used. But this is first and foremost something that has been brought into the discussion by Russia, accusing us for preparing use of chemical weapons, which is absolutely wrong, us and Ukraine. And second, the same thing goes for nuclear weapons, where we have seen the very dangerous nuclear rhetoric from Russia, threatening the use of nuclear weapons as part of the build-up we have seen in and around Ukraine, even before the invasion, but also after.
In joint statement from the last summit, NATO mentioned we are providing tailored support to partners affected by Russia's threats and interference, and will step up our assistance to help them, etc. In April, foreign ministers will consider concrete proposals for enhance our support to these partners. So, what Georgia could expect from this important meeting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and also Georgia will present, so new Minister of Foreign Affairs will present Georgia on this meeting.
I look forward to meet the new Georgian Foreign Minister, and we always look forward to meet with our highly valued partner Georgia in different NATO meetings tomorrow and in the Foreign Ministerial meeting, actually the day after on Thursday. And Georgia is a partner which is important for NATO, and I expect that the foreign ministers they will look into how we can further step up our support to Georgia, and for Georgia this could include increase in our support through the substantial NATO Georgia package, including the areas of situational awareness, secure communications, resilience and cyber. We can also support Georgia in developing its own cyber capabilities and provide additional personnel to the NATO liaison office in Georgia. So there are concrete steps that can be taken when ministers meet on Thursday.
Politico.
Thank you very much, Levi from Politico. I was wondering if you could perhaps describe in a bit more detail and concretely what are the different options on the table that the ministers will be discussing for further helping Ukraine. Thank you.
The allies will discuss how we can further support Ukraine. This is partly about financial support, partly about humanitarian support, but also, of course, partly about military support, both non-lethal and lethal military support, which allies have provided for several years. I'm a bit careful going into the specific systems, because I think that for operational reasons it's better that allies actually provide support than that we announce every specific weapon system allies are transferring over to Ukraine. But it's well known that we speak about advanced weapon systems. We speak about, for instance, javelins and other anti-tank weapons which have proven extremely effective on the battlefield. If there's anything we have seen is that these relatively light weapons have a huge impact. And when we see all the pictures from the destroyed Russian armor, this is first and foremost a result of these weapons. And of course the courage of the soldiers who are carrying them. But I think we have proven the effectiveness of anti-tank weapons delivered by NATO allies. The Ukrainians have also been able to shoot down advanced Russian planes, but also helicopters and drones, again because of advanced air defense systems delivered by NATO allies. And we are looking into other systems, and allies are constantly stepping up and providing more support. Partly as weapons, but you know, we also need fuel, you need ammunition, you need a lot of different types of supplies, you need helmets, you need protective gear, you need medical supplies to run such a big military operation. So this is partly about high-end weapon systems, but also very much about the logistics and the supplies you need to run this kind of big military operations, as the Ukrainians have run now for several weeks.
Wall Street Journal.
Dan Michaels with the Wall Street Journal. Thank you very much. If I could follow up on the last question. Mr. Secretary General, as you said at the beginning, it looks like the war is changing. The Russians are regrouping in the southeast. They're now more massed. They have more armor from Crimea, from Donbass. It would seem that the battle is going to change qualitatively. It's no longer going to be one where the Ukrainians are picking off overextended supply lines or isolated troops. Do the Ukrainians have what they need to fight what may be a more traditional type of ground war against a more massed Russian force? Or does NATO need to step up with a different type of weapon system or different type of support to help the Ukrainians against a much more concentrated Russian occupation force? Thank you.
So NATO allies are in close contact with Ukraine, and we will also have the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba coming to the NATO ministerial meeting, and I expect that he will address the needs that Ukraine has to reinforce their troops and to make sure that they continue to push back and to provide fierce resistance against the invading Russian troops. So both the dialogue between different NATO allies and Ukraine, but also the dialogue we have here at NATO is important to make sure that we deliver as much support as we can, and also that we deliver the capabilities that Ukraine needs. So I expect a meeting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will provide a platform for that kind of discussions. We are now seeing a new phase of the war, because Russia is really moving out not only of Kiev but also of most of the north, and is reducing significantly their presence there. Because they failed. President Putin didn't manage to achieve the objectives he set for this military operation. His goal was to take Kiev within days. Now he has been there for many weeks and still he has not been able to take Kiev and many other cities in the north. So he's now moving many of those troops out of the north, into Belarus, down to the east, into Russia, and there they will be remanned because many have lost a lot of troops in the different units. They will be rearmed because they've used a lot of ammunition, and they will be resupplied with fuel and all the things they need, food and so on, to launch a new big offensive. So what we are expecting is a new, very concentrated Russian offensive in Donbass, to try to occupy, take the whole of Donbass. That's also the same area where Ukraine has most of their armed forces. So this whole build-up will take some time. The repositioning of the Russian troops will take some weeks. But after that, we are afraid that we can see a big Russian offensive in Donbass with aim to take Donbass. In that window, it is extremely important that NATO allies provide support, so we are able to rearm, to resupply the Ukrainian forces. And that's exactly what I expect allies to do, and what I expect allies to discuss at the meeting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, including what types of equipment and how we can enable them to stand up against and continue to inflict heavy casualties on the invading Russian forces.
The Associated Press.
Thanks for your question, Mr. Secretary General. Mark from Associated Press. Has NATO's drones or satellite imagery shown any more locations across Ukraine where there are mass people that have been killed?
I'm always a bit reluctant to go into details about how we collect intelligence and what kind of detailed information we have, but we are monitoring very closely. And we have capabilities, surveillance capabilities, that provides us with a lot of information. And this is important, it is something which we use in a good way, because information, best possible situational awareness, is of course extremely critical in such a dangerous situation as we see in Ukraine now.
We have Vege.
Thank you. We know there's been talks on high level between NATO countries and Finland and Sweden for the latest weeks, and they have started both a process reviewing whether there will be a membership application. So I want to ask you about if you want to comment on the process and if there has been a discussion with those two countries about intermediate security guarantees for them in a possible intermediate period between an application and a full membership could be granted. Thank you.
It is for Finland and Sweden to decide whether they want to join NATO, and NATO will respect the decision they take regardless of whether they decide to try to join or not to join, because we respect decisions by sovereign and independent nations. I have had close contact with the political leadership both in Sweden and Finland over the last months and also over the last weeks. And I have conveyed the message that it's for them to decide, of course. But if they apply, I expect that 30 allies will welcome them, and that we will find ways to also address the concerns they may have about this interim period between they have applied and until the last ratification has taken place. NATO is the strongest alliance in history, and by standing together we provide security for all allies, and we protect values we have in common with Finland and Sweden: democracy, the rule of law. And we live in a more dangerous world, so it's even more important that we stand together. Finland and Sweden are close partners. We have worked with them, trained with them for many, many years, and we have also now, since the invasion, actually activated some mechanisms we have to integrate them, Finland and Sweden, even more into our deliberations and into meetings and activities in NATO. But of course, Finland and Sweden are not full members, so they are close partners. We work closely together, but our collective defense guarantees, they apply for members and only for members.
Secretary General, the foreign ministers will also discuss the new strategic concept, and you are entering the drafting phase now. Before the war, you have always described relations between NATO and Russia with the 3 Ds, deterrence and defense, plus dialogue. In the new strategic concept, do you see any room for dialogue at all, given what has happened in the meantime? And what kind of outlook are you suggesting to allies to contemplate in this drafting process? Thanks a lot.
Our relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed, and Russia has walked away from the NATO-Russia Founding Act, the agreement we made to facilitate dialogue between Russia and NATO back in the 1990s. So this doesn't work in the way we've actually tried to achieve, or the partnership, the cooperation, the dialogue we have worked for many years with Russia, that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, so our relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed. At the same time, we will need to continue to engage with Russia, because Russia is our neighbor. And we need to also manage a difficult relationship, including issues like risk reduction, transparency, deconfliction, and also issues related to arms control. But meaningful dialogue, as we strived for before, is not an option for
institution itself, NATO, IS, IMS, could face also the new challenges? And do you, for example, foresee to increase the permanent available troops to secure from 40,000, which is the level today, to 60, 90,000, or at least for the new reality? Thank you.
I'm absolutely confident that when the NATO leaders meet at the NATO summit in the end of, or in Madrid at the end of June, we will be able to agree updated and good new strategic concept. We had started the discussions, and of course we will take into account the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we finalize the strategic concept. But I think we have to remember that actually we predicted precisely, based on our intelligence, as early as last fall, that it was highly likely that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. So that has been part of our deliberations for many months. Of course, there's a difference between having intelligence predicting that invasion will take place and actually see it takes place as we saw on the 24th of February, but it was not a big surprise. I think it's hardly any other invasion in the world, or at least few other invasions we have seen up through history, which has been more predicted than the invasion by Russia into Ukraine. Therefore, also NATO was well prepared. And actually, we have been stepping up since the first Russian invasion of Ukraine, back in 2014. Since 2014, since Russia went in and illegally annexed Crimea and destabilized and supported the separatists in Donbass, in eastern Ukraine, NATO has implemented the biggest reinforcement of collective defense in a generation. With the battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance, after years of reducing defense spending, all allies have increased defense spending, and we have tripled the size of the NATO response force. And actually, the weeks before the invasion, we increased the readiness of the NATO response force, we increased the presence of NATO troops in the eastern part of the alliance before they invaded, because we saw the intelligence, we saw the clear warnings about that was most likely going to happen. Then after the invasion, we have stepped up further. And now we have 40,000 troops under direct NATO command in the eastern part of the alliance. There are 100,000 US troops in Europe, a significant increase. And then we have hundreds of thousands of NATO troops on heightened alert. All of this supported by hundreds of ships and planes, substantial naval and air power. So we have already, since 2014, implemented a huge reinforcement to our collective defense, and then on top of that added some immediate responses as a result of the invasion in February. But we face a new security reality. And therefore, we also need to implement some more long-term changes to our deterrence and defense posture. And that's what we have asked our military commanders to provide options. We will have those options within some weeks, and then based on the options from the military commanders, we will make decisions on the more longer-term reset of NATO's deterrence and defense, based on, of course, what we've already done. And that will be for the leaders to decide in June. But I expect that to be significantly more presence on land, troops, advanced weapon systems, but also air defense systems, more air presence at sea, ships, submarines, and in general to do more to strengthen our collective defense, not only with traditional military means, but also cyber, hybrid, space. So we will see a significant reinforcement. All of this will require more defense spending. And what we see is that allies started to increase defense spending after 2014. After the invasion this year of Ukraine, we have seen new announcements, not least by Germany, but also by other allies. Italy, Denmark, others are now stepping up. So there will be more funding for more modern equipment. And this is just reflecting the brutal new security reality we face. As long as we stand together, 30 allies, and invest in our defense, we are all safe and secure.
We'll take two final quick questions. One here, one online. ZDF. Here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stoltenberg, Florian Neuern from ZDF German Television. First question. Russia is still claiming that the images of Bucha have been doctored. What do you make of these claims, and how certain are you that these war crimes have really been committed by Russians? And a second question, if I may. On Sunday, Ukrainian President Zelenskyy said it was an historic error of the West, of NATO, not to offer membership to Ukraine. What is your assessment? Was it wrong not to offer a membership to Ukraine at that time?
We have seen the atrocities in Bucha and other places in Ukraine. These atrocities have taken place during a period in which Russia controlled these areas. So they are responsible. Second, we have information from many different sources, and also from open sources, from media, from commercial satellites, and all are telling the same story. That there have been brutal atrocities committed many different places in Ukraine, and that these have taken place in a period where Russia controlled these territories. I'm afraid that we will see more. That we will see more examples of the killing of civilians, more examples of atrocities, and more examples of targeting killing of civilians, which actually are war crimes. Because I think we haven't seen everything that has taken place, because Russia still controls most of these territories. But when and if they withdraw their troops and Ukrainian troops take over, I'm afraid we will see more mass graves, more atrocities, and more examples of war crimes. So therefore, it just highlights the importance of a thorough investigation. NATO allies are providing support to the UN, to the International Criminal Court, to collect evidence, to preserve evidence, to collect relevant information, and to enable them to conduct thorough investigations, and to have a legal process to make sure that all those responsible for these atrocities are held accountable. All facts must be established, and we need legal processes. NATO membership is something which is decided by 30 allies. 30 allies agreed in 2008. Since 2008, NATO allies have provided support to Ukraine, but we have had no consensus on granting membership. I think now, after the invasion of Ukraine, we need a discussion in NATO on how to support and help other countries in more or less the same situation as Ukraine. Countries that are not member of EU, not member of NATO, but are aspiring to join NATO and or the European Union. And I think one lesson learned from Ukraine is that it's better to provide support sooner than later. So for me, this is a very strong message, both when it comes to the need to provide support to Ukraine now, but second also to really look hard into, have a hard look into what can we do for countries like Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina and others. Yeah.
And the final question online will go to Naomi O'Leary from the Irish Times.
Thank you very much for taking my question, Secretary General. Given that we have public declarations from the Russian regime, from Mr. Putin himself, and also from state media, that the intention is to kill quite a broadly defined group of the Ukrainian population, and we now have evidence of the killings of civilians in areas under Russian control. Does this change anything about what NATO is willing to do to push Russian forces, or to help the push of Russian forces out of the areas of Ukraine that are still under Russian control, given the likelihood of further atrocities that you mentioned? Thank you.
We will discuss at the NATO the foreign ministerial meeting today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow what more we can do. And I expect to be the discussion about how to provide further military support, what kind of systems, how can we enable the Ukrainians to stand up against invading Russian forces, and the support we have already provided has an obvious impact. We see that they are able to actually take out a lot of, for instance, Russian armor. and they've been able to actually defeat them in several places and force them to totally change the Russian war plan. They're moving out of Kiev, the north, to regroup and to move into the east. So yes, I think we will consider what more we can do. But at the same time, allies agree that we should not send NATO troops into Ukraine. And we should not send NATO planes into Ukrainian airspace. And that's because we also have the responsibility to prevent a war between Russia and NATO. That will cause more death, more destruction, and be even more dangerous. So yes, we will discuss how we can further support, what more we can do to support Ukraine, including what kind of costs, additional costs we can put on Russia. I welcome that allies are discussing more sanctions, but I don't expect any ally to be in favor of sending NATO troops into Ukraine.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. Thank you.
Joining me to discuss all of that, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's get to some of the news of the day. We learned that more sanctions are coming tomorrow on specific Russian banks. We know Russia's largest bank, Sberbank, will be sanctioned. Also, Alfa Bank, which is one of Russia's top private lenders, they will be sanctioned along with Vladimir Putin's two daughters. So we're seeing kind of second, third order sanctions coming down. My question for you, though, we're issuing these sanctions. They almost seem like we're, grasping at straws here about who left to sanction. Who do we have to sanction still that has not been sanctioned yet? And it's just not clear from the atrocities we've seen that the sanctions are, working to change the behavior of the Russian regime. What say you?
Well, Andrew, obviously sanctions are probably not going to stop an atrocity in Bucha. Okay, it's not going to stop them from tying up somebody and executing them or something like that. But what it may do over time is put enough pressure for either regime change in Moscow or to temper whatever Putin's going to do. What we're seeing with the sanction regime, and there's a lot of criticism of sanctions. Obviously, there's a confusion: are sanctions a preventive thing or a punitive thing? And obviously, there was the President Biden said that they weren't preventive. or they weren't for deterrence, I should say, whereas his administration had said they were for deterrence all along. But the thing with sanctions is they're closing some gaps. One of the challenges with sanctions that they had early on was getting international cooperation. Problem is the U.S. sanctioning a bank doesn't mean a lot unless you have other major countries doing the same thing. And what you're seeing is a hardening of position with the G7, certainly with NATO and the European Union. In fact, the European Union's become a very articulate force in terms of dealing with Russia and addressing these economic sanctions regime, I should say, across the board with Russia, and it's closing those gaps. One of the problems they had from 2014 was they would sanction the oligarchs, they'd sanction key leadership figures, and they would simply move money to other family members, and the sanctions were basically circumvented. Going after Putin's daughters is part of that, is to do that, and it's to close off those gaps. So I'm going to be a little optimistic. I think it might have more effect than we think.
Interesting. Let's move on to, like you were mentioning, some of the countries of Europe who are taking more of a concerted stance, especially when it comes to Russian energy imports. We learned that the EU is blocking Russian coal imports, so we could talk about the significance of that. I want to read a tweet from the German ambassador to the United States. She says, since Putin's invasion, there has been a tectonic shift in German security, energy, and foreign policy. Weapons to Ukraine, independence from Russian hydrocarbons as soon as possible, severe sanctions, massive defense spending, and support to NATO's eastern flank. Are some of these European allies of ours kind of hardening in their determination and grit to do more when it comes to kind of the outstanding issues that Russia still has at their will, at their availability? What is the posture right now when it comes to Russian energy? Do you think we'll see more on that front in the next couple of days?
Well, Andrew, I think what we're going to see is a closure of their ability to sell a lot of hydrocarbons, particularly coal, which may not seem like a big deal, but coal is still a major power source for Europe. The European Union acting like that to shut down coal imports for Russia hits them in the pocketbook in a major way. You're seeing the shutdown with a new number of countries with oil. You're seeing them try to reduce their dependency on natural gas. That's a tougher one for certain countries because of their overwhelming dependence on natural gas. But you're seeing this shutdown, which the longer this thing goes on, the more impact it will have on Russia. I would mention that there has been some discussion just today by some senior military leaders that they think this thing could, I'm going to use the term metastasize, but this conflict could end up going on for years. I know a lot of people are thinking this will be over in a week, a couple weeks, maybe some months. But as this thing goes on, they're looking at this eastern front, if you will, in Ukraine and wondering if this thing will ever get closed off. Will it be something like we saw with the previous Donbass issue where it just keeps going on and on and on? Don't know. But they're setting up the sanction regime with energy in order to do that. It's interesting. When this thing started, it was the United States prodding Germany and prodding France to get them to do things. I tell you, half the time I feel like we're catching up to Germany now in terms of where they say they're going. I mean, they are saying, look, we need to ship arms. We need to build up our defense. They were always a reluctant partner. And part of that was some of the things we imposed after World War II, which was kind of a cultural thing, which was to make them less militaristic, if you will. But now they're looking at this saying, hey, we got to harden up everything. And so Germany has just done a complete turnabout on this whole thing, and it's just fascinating to watch what they're going to do. The interesting thing I think you're going to see is you might see global investment in alternative sources of energy in a way that we haven't seen it. And I have a little bit of background looking at places like the Far East, South America, stuff like that, dealing with a variety of different things, particularly with things tied to renewable energy, lithium, things like that. I anticipate we're going to see a huge surge of investment in all these areas to basically get away from Russia and indirectly also get away from China. You got to remember, this thing kicked off with China doing a big cyber attack on Ukraine. I can tell you, in Ukraine, they certainly haven't forgotten that. And in certain halls of NATO and back in Washington, D.C., they're very cognizant that the first volley, if you will, the first shot in war of Russia's invasion of Ukraine was kind of fired from Beijing.
Wow.
So they're all aware of that.
Yeah. Hal, we know also Fox is confirming the United States will send an additional $100 million in Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. That kind of concludes so much of this aid and funding that the United States has been giving. I think it's upwards of $2.3, now $2.4 billion in total. Though I want to talk, though, Hal, about still yet again the stories that are coming around from these suburbs in and around Kyiv, in Bucha, in Irpin, just from some of the survivors who witnessed some of these atrocities. First, though, I want to play some sound that we have from Secretary of State Antony Blinken about this, and then I'll get you to respond.
Morning, everyone. As this Russian tide is receding from parts of Ukraine, the world is seeing the death and destruction left in its wake. And we're seeing, in particular, the horror that's been left behind in Bucha, something that is touching people literally around the world. What we've seen in Bucha is not the random act of a rogue unit. It's a deliberate campaign to kill, to torture, to rape, to commit atrocities. The reports are more than credible. The evidence is there for the world to see. This reinforces our determination and the determination of countries around the world to make sure that one way or another, one day or another, there is accountability for those who committed these acts, for those who ordered them. There's also a strong determination to make sure that we're doing everything we can to continue to support Ukraine in its brave fight to push the Russian aggression out of Ukraine, and of course to sustain and increase the pressure on Russia to stop this aggression. We're heading off to Brussels now for a meeting of the NATO foreign ministers, for a meeting of the G7 foreign ministers, the leading democratic economies in the world, all of which will go to supporting the efforts at accountability and support for Ukraine, increased pressure on Russia.
Okay, Hal, Secretary of State Antony Blinken there in Brussels saying that the campaign is not random of war crimes. It is deliberate. We also got word, and we heard from the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, today. She said reports indicate that Russian federal security agents are confiscating passports and IDs, taking away cell phones, and separating families. She says she does not need to spell out what these so-called filtration camps are reminiscent of. It is chilling. Hal, what have you seen down on the ground? And, you know, Europe has not seen this in so long, but what are you kind of on the lookout for, and what has just horrified you?
Well, what I'm on the lookout for is it's bordering on genocide. You know, these are the sorts of precursor things that we saw in the Balkans that eventually turned into just open genocide. They would go in and wipe out entire cities. You know, they would separate all the men and they'd march them off into the forest and they'd kill them. This is the sort of stuff that Ukraine has seen in World War II. This is Nazi stuff. This is Stalinist stuff. This has happened there before. That just hasn't happened in a very long time. But this is very much out. If you look at the tradition of the FSB, prior to that, the KGB, their kind of monolithic intelligence service, going back to the NKVD, which goes back to Stalin's times, this is how they would do business. They would go in and they would basically crush opposition, and they don't really distinguish between the military and the civilian population. They just see them as one monolithic enemy. And if they see any opposition, of course, in their minds, when they see somebody who is a member of the city government or someone who is in a leadership position in that city, and they feel that there's resistance, which there is, to Russian occupation. They feel that in their mind is a fair target. Now, these are war crimes, is what we've seen. You know, summary executions, things along those lines. What they probably didn't count on was what they've done in Chechnya, what they've done certainly in assisting the Syrians in Syria and elsewhere, is normally when they take over these cities, they don't give back the territory. Normally, they go out to commit the war crimes, but then they get the opportunity to cover up the war crimes because they end up owning whatever area that they did these atrocities in. In this case, they got pushed out. In this case, literally their military fell apart around Kiev, and they had to pull them all out. And so these atrocities are all of a sudden there for all of us to see. And certainly, as President Zelenskyy mentioned, he can't cover them up like they used to. You know, there's an old saying that there's nothing new under the sun. Well, literally under the sun, under that sunlight, we got satellites, commercial satellites taking pictures. So when they march somebody out and do a summary execution and leave their body in a street, we have high-grade resolution imagery that shows when that happened. So they can't turn around and deny that it happened. They can't make the claims that they would have said, say, a decade or 2 decades ago, simply because the evidence is there. So that's what I'm saying. A little kind of interesting point on this in terms of trying to cover up their war crimes. There's a mechanized rifle brigade, at least a report from Ukrainian intelligence, not confirmed yet, that a mechanized rifle brigade around Bucha was pulled out, and they're being immediately transferred to the Eastern Front. Not quite clear where they're going to come in, maybe around Donbass or something, but they want to put them right on the front line. And what Ukrainian intelligence picking up was the intent of the Russians was to put them on the front lines so that soldiers who had committed war crimes and had witnessed war crimes would be more likely to be killed in action fighting the Ukrainians, which would help them cover up. I just, when you see that, you go, what sort of twisted thinking is that? By the way, what message does that send to their entire armed forces around Ukraine? But it tells you almost the diabolical way that they view of handling this stuff. And literally, it's right out of the pages of Stalin. Putinism and Stalinism in certain areas are really not that far apart at all. Wow. And it really is stunning.
Hal, you know, they will go to the greatest lengths, like you just mentioned, to hide what is really happening, to suppress the truth, and it is really the work of so many to make sure that does not happen. Let's game out some of these scenarios because, like you mentioned, the war is still only in its 5th or 6th week. We could be seeing this for months, if not years. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said today in front of Congress that it could go on for years. But this is a turning point. You and I were talking kind of off camera. These massacres are a turning point. It just so depends on what happens next. And it's so hard to kind of foreshadow that or forecast that into the future. We just don't know. But I'm going to bring up a common theme because you and I talk about it so often. There really is no coming back now for either Putin, for the Russian regime, because nothing is really letting up as far as, you know, lifting sanctions. More sanctions are going on. More ostracization is happening. So I guess that's what I'm thinking about going into the latter half of the week here.
I think what we're going to look at, you know, it's interesting if you, in Ukraine and certainly some areas around there, they don't see it as just Putin or the Putin regime. They're fiercely, they blame the Russian people for this. So we are seeing some deep set anger here, which could go on for literally generations. You know, the sort of nationality versus nationality anger that Europe has seen before, but this could go on for a very long time unless something overwhelming is done. I mean, it's almost like you have to see what happened at the end of World War II with denazification, where it was so extensive, it was literally changing the cultural norms within Germany, changing the way the German people, you know, interact, think, how they, you know, basically changing a society that was very regimented and easily would follow orders to a society that would always question the top leadership in order to build that sort of, you know, those core concepts needed in a democratic government, it's almost, you're looking at Russia saying they'd almost have to do the same thing just to reinstill some sort of credibility on the international system, certainly with some of the neighboring countries around there. And if you certainly talk to the Baltic countries, I don't think their view of the Russians is really that much different than what you see in Ukraine, even though they have not been attacked yet, but they're looking at it very closely. So I think what you're going to see is a greater isolation of Russia. And the interesting thing on that is it's going to isolate China more too. You know, at some point, China's going to feel tremendous pressure to get out the fence, and that may be tied to sanctions regime. You're also going to see India, which has always had a close relationship with Russia, have to figure out where it stands in this whole thing. By the way, in Europe right now, you may have seen that Serbia and Hungary just had elections.
Yes.
And both Putin's strongmen got reelected.
Correct.
Well, yeah, the next day, the European Union said, okay, we've got a whole list of things that we're going to do to Hungary because we feel that you're not maintaining the standards of European Union membership. You're being undemocratic. And they did not hesitate to start putting those things in place just to make their pressure felt about any regime that aligns along Putin. So you're going to see a lot more of that around the world, be further isolation, and it's going to make it much more difficult for Putin's regime to basically withstand the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, what that turns into, I don't know, but the pressure is going to be incredible on the regime.
Yeah, and of course, and you and I have talked so at length about not only, I guess, the military aims of Russia inside of Ukraine, of which we're seeing how fallible those really were, but kind of the intangible kind of cultural remaking to crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people. That was also a top aim, and we're seeing them try very, very hard with these massacres, and they're so horrible to witness. But that is in their playbook in order to essentially crush the national spirit of the Ukrainian people, in order to kind of bring them on their side. I've heard that so many times, especially with some of these Russian propaganda outlets saying, you know, if the military do not work, they have that still to go on.
You know, again, I go back to Stalin when I look at comparison. You know, Russia always kind of played this down, but of course they had the agreement with the Ribbentrop Agreement, where they went into Poland at about the same time that the Germans went into Poland, and of course they also went up into Finland. Well, a couple things is, you know, when they went in there, they rounded up, you know, all the military officers that they captured, and they took them out in the forest and they killed them. And of course they tried to blame the Nazis, but everyone knows that was Stalin's forces that did that. These are typical Stalinist tactics. These are the type of tactics that they used in and around World War II, where they go in, they would find opposition leaders, anyone who would voice a different opinion than what the Russian or what the Soviets wanted, and they would round them up. They would imprison them. They would execute them. In many cases, they'd force them to flee. But this is just standard way they do that, and they've done this forever. This is just kind of the way they think. They've done it within the former Soviet republics. They did it in the Warsaw Pact when they went in there to establish the Warsaw Pact. They would just keep ratcheting down to try and eliminate any opposition to the regime. So this has worked for them in the past. What has happened in Ukraine is it's got externalities they didn't plan on. And one of those externalities is NATO and the West. Our resolve, I think, caught Putin completely off guard. And the amount of resources and weapons and the type of weapons we were able to bring in caught them off guard. One thing is the Russian army was always built around tanks and armor. That's in their culture. That's in their tradition. It goes back to World War II. And things like Javelin missiles and these NLAW missiles have been just chewing up their armor. You know, another thing that you found around the atrocities was a lot of burned out Russian vehicles that have been destroyed. And that's another thing they're talking about north of Kyiv. It's a graveyard. It's a graveyard for civilian atrocities against civilians, but it's also a graveyard for Russian equipment. Russian armor and tanks were just destroyed left and right. And and you see it right there. That's kind of what it looks like. This has caught them off guard because that is the center of gravity of the Russian army. You know, armor and tanks is really what they're all about, and they're being just stopped cold. And what this has done is it's really impacting the psyche of the Russians in a way that they didn't anticipate. So, and that's just there's just a lot of things to consider there. So I'm going to turn it over to you for another question.
No, of course. No, Hal, I think that's going to do it for us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time. And the war goes on. We'll see what happens in the next couple of days. What more resolve the West has in order to hold Russia accountable. We'll have it covered here on Live Now. Hal, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please have a seat, everybody. Please have a seat. Thank you. Feels good, doesn't it? President Biden, President Obama, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. On March 23, 2010, the Affordable Care Act